I groggily drove my truck through downtown Raleigh to attend yet another group therapy session. Alcohol practically flowed through my veins from the night before, and the coffee I brewed was not nearly strong enough to counteract the hangover which ravaged my body. I quit smoking for the 4th time. After my first session, I noticed the slight tremor in my right hand, a constant sign of my PTSD. The thought of a long drag sounded like a good way to calm my nerves. I knew Dr. Meridiana would frown if I came in with the scent of smoke on me, so I refrained with great effort. I squeezed the wheel until the tremor ceased and focused my mind on the road. I parked as far away from the other vehicles as I possibly could in front of the nondescript office building and stole a glance at the dreary, overcast sky. The weather appeared to threaten rain, and I had neither an umbrella nor coat. Typical spring weather in the south, and as usual, I was not prepared. I had just started to think about how nice it would be to fall asleep to the sound of rain, when an explosion rocked me back from my daydream. I dropped to my knees and covered my head with my hands instinctively. Nothing happened. I slowly recovered and saw the battered clunker car screech to a halt at the nearby stoplight. It backfired again through the 3-inch tailpipe and coughed black smoke across the intersection. I swore under my breath, and I felt the tremor in my hand again. I started down towards the ground and took a deep breath. That was embarrassing, I thought. I placed my phone on silent, opened the door, and walked in. Good afternoon, everyone. I see some new faces today, which always makes me happy. For those of you who are here for the first time, I am Dr. Lily Meridiana. Some of you are here on remand, some of you are court-ordered. That's perfectly fine, so long as you make it. Ah, Mr. Oakley. Better late than not at all. Come, sit next to me. Dr. Meridiana appeared as flawless as ever. The 20-something woman of Arabic origin stood only 5 feet 1 inch tall. She flashed a smile of pearlescent teeth, framed by full, pink lips. Long black hair like fine silk cascaded down her shoulders, nearly to her butt. She wore a light pink button-down shirt and navy skirts today. Her full breasts were practically spilling out of her matching pink push-up bra, which was visible through the shirt. Her muscular legs shined in the incandescent industrial lights. Baby oil, I thought to myself. Nice touch. The clatter of her explosive heels on the tiled floor was hypnotic. She strutted like a runway model across the room with such grace and speed. But all the objectification of her physique was lost when she approached me with a chair. It was her eyes, you see. For one, they had caught me as I ogled her. Secondly, they were a most unusual green. Not a hazel or pale green, but like that of an emerald. They seemed to sparkle in the light like gems. She cut through me with those eyes. If it were possible for a gaze to dig into your mind, she could do it. Here you go, Mr. Oakley, she said, as she whirled the metal fold-out chair around for me to sit in. That is where the enjoyment ceased. The next hour stretched onward for an eternity. Each person introduced themselves by name, branch of service, and reason for being in therapy. 8 newbies in all. I didn't bother to remember their names. Half of them wouldn't return for a second session. It's just the way it was. I desperately wanted to check my social media as a newbie droned on about how something I did not care to listen to. So stressful, so hard, I grumbled in my own mind. I caught myself realizing my attitude was probably why so many people didn't come to therapy. Great, now I'm part of the problem. That's when I heard the newbie say, Fallujah. She wrapped up her story, and the group nodded and clapped. The clapping faded away. High-pitched ringing in my ears dulled the sounds to nothing. My leg involuntarily bounced up and down. My right hand shook. My breathing shortened. Oh no, not here. Not again. I gritted my teeth as sand flew in my face. Somewhere behind me, a handheld radio crackled out a warning. Suffocating heat beat down on me from overhead. An A-10 Thunderbolt roared overhead and unleashed a volley of air-to-surface missiles on the Tariq Al-Hazir Hotel in front of me. Downtown Fallujah, or what remained of it, was burning. The ordnance pulverizing the load-bearing structures of the building. The 18th through 22nd floors released a torrent of flames. We were only 100 meters from the former hotel and pinned down from an ambush. RPGs had damaged half of our vehicles. 2 Abrams tanks were disabled further up the street, their treads damaged beyond functionality. We produced covering fire as the crews evacuated the hulking war machines, now reduced to 72-ton roadblocks. The bottleneck forced my men down a narrow alleyway near the bazaar on foot. We were under heavy mounted machine gun fire. The Soviet-era weapons were antiques, but no less deadly. The staccato of atomic gunfire rippled across the street, and 2 of my Marines dropped to the ground. We used a flaming Humvee for cover to try and make a stand and hold out for another pass from air support. The black smoke of burning oil provided some concealment. The hotel rumbled and collapsed on itself. A gray cloud of smoke and ash rushed at us at blinding speed. Blood splattered across my face and helmet as a massive pile of debris shattered the man's head to my left. I flinched as he fell against me, and gore tumbled out onto my chest. I pushed him off, and we ran through the open market as rounds tore through awnings and shops. 7 of my men were dead in less than 5 minutes.
Mr. Oakley, it's okay.
You're fine. Just take a deep breath. Go in, hold, and out. I opened my eyes slowly. Sweat was heavy on my brow. Dr. Meridiana leaned over me, with a hand on my chest near my heart. I caught sight of her ample breasts just a foot from my face, and stole a glance. Okay, maybe 2. She turned her head to the side, and pursed her lips as if to say, "Naughty boy," but smiled down at me. Do you feel better, Mr. Oakley? Let's get you some water. I did. I felt infinitely better, if extremely tired. The memory of that horrible day faded so quickly I could hardly believe it. A few hands clapped my shoulders and congratulated me on sharing. What did I just do? 14 sessions. You finally opened to us. I'm proud of you, Mr. Oakley. A smattering of comments from around the circle. Great job, Michael. Yeah, I'm glad you finally got something off your chest, bro. That sounded crazy. Bewildered, I excused myself and chugged the water. Walking into the restroom, I splashed cold water onto my face and stared at my haggard visage in the glass. My dark circles looked a little better. I stood straighter. It was like a weight was lifted from my shoulders, but I felt exhausted. What all did I share, though? I could barely remember what happened now, much less what I said out loud. I must have been in there a while. When I exited, nearly everyone was gone, except Dr. Meridiana. We assisted her in putting chairs away. I said good afternoon and spoke with a fellow Marine on the way out of the building. The clouds had broken up, and the sun shined down upon me. It was a new day. I reached for my keys and realized there wasn't a tremor in my right hand. I heard the click of high heels on asphalt approach from the direction of the building.
Mr. Oakley, that was truly something.
Dr. Meridiana spoke enthusiastically. She was somehow even more beautiful in the sunlight. I noticed small traces of red in her black hair.
I think we should not lose this momentum. It took you 3 sessions just to tell other people your name, and 14 sessions to share. How about a follow-up at my office? Day after tomorrow?
Her broad smile caused her cheeks to rise near her eyes. For some reason, I had the feeling she was looking at me like a meal. I nodded, and she wrote a date and time on a business card before handing it over to me.
Friday it is. Does 6 o'clock work for you? You'll be my last session of the week.
That night, I had a hearty dinner of steak and vegetables. I consumed no liquor. My first night without doing so in 8 months. I craved no cigarettes. My dream, however, was not so tame. Dr. Meridiana invited herself in with a bottle of wine. She didn't seem to mind my terrible apartment in the least. She pushed me down on my bed and ripped my shirt off. Her long, manicured nails scratching my chest and drawing a droplet of blood. The doctor climbed on top of me and eyed me up and down like a piece of meat. We engaged in passionate lovemaking for hours. She was insatiable and voracious. I could still feel her skin against mine when I woke up. I didn't know how long I slept for, but the sun was already up when I finally opened my eyes. The day passed mostly uneventfully. Much of the time was spent inside my own head. I was having trouble with putting memories in proper order. Hell, I couldn't remember some things at all. At 7:30 in the evening, Dr. Meridiana called me.
So sorry to bother you this late, Mr. Oakley. Did you forget about our session?
No, I didn't forget. We made the appointment for Friday.
Today is Friday, Mr. Oakley,
she said coolly. My words caught in my throat. How did I lose Thursday? Did I sleep through to Friday? Oh, I'm so sorry, Doctor. I don't know what happened. I have no excuse.
Do you still live near Atlantic Avenue, Mr. Oakley?
She knew where I lived. My confusion died as I realized she probably looked at my insurance information to get in touch with me when I did not show.
My office is in North Hills, Bank of America building. It should only take you a few minutes to get here. I will stay, just for you. Ciao.
A cute giggle, and she hung up. The words lingered in my mind. Just for you. Did my therapist flirt with me? Was it the way she said it? It was almost seductive. My mind went back to the dream as I left my place. I threw on a shirt that didn't stink from the dirty clothes pile and grabbed my keys. Even with the downpour outside, I was parked in the building's garage in only 7 minutes, and in the elevator rising to the 18th floor in 11. The metallic doors slid open, and I made my way down the long, glass-lined hall. I checked the nameplates on the doors until I reached the sign for her office. Eden Falls Therapy, Dr. Lily Meridiana. I raised a hand to knock, but the door swung open. My hand passed the plane where the door should have been, and I rapped my knuckles against the shoulder of my diminutive therapist. She wore a white dress with a plunging neckline. A long silver necklace hung between her breasts. It bore a talisman of the Egyptian cross, known as an Ankh, or Key of Life. A small white belt cinched the sheer cloth around the waist, snug and secure. "Oh, my apologies. The door, you just..."
No problem, Mr. Oakley. Please, come in.
She waved my apology off dismissively and walked inside, beckoning me to follow. I could easily make out the line of her thong under the dress. I stepped inside and instantly felt transported to another time. It wasn't what I expected at all. Instead of a reception area, a waiting room, and poorly lit little rooms with couches, the place was one large office. The normal, mundane decor was completely absent. There was no beige carpets and clinical alabaster walls. Sandstone tiles lined the floor. Ancient art decorated the two walls closest to the door. The other two were glass, from floor to ceiling, and offered a breathtaking view of North Hills. I spotted a fresco from Rome, and even a section of stone with Egyptian hieroglyphics neatly situated in a corner. A shelf was littered with artifacts from ancient civilizations of all manner. An oversized oak desk was in the front corner of the office, with a massive leather couch to its left. Behind the desk, a 4-foot painting in a classical style hung on the wall. It depicted a beautiful female angel, completely nude, with a hand placed on the chest of a naked man as he slept. The scene was lit by firelight, the woman's shadow cast on the wall, with a twisted and demonic variance of the female form, complete with bat wings and a pointed tail. I couldn't take my eyes off of it.
Do you like it? It's a Rubens, painted after his first wife died, sometime between 1626 and 1628, I believe. Have a seat, Mr. Oakley. Anywhere you like.
I sank deep into the red leather Chesterfield sofa. Rain began to pelt the windows as a mighty storm enveloped North Hills and sent shoppers fleeing for the sanctuary of shops and restaurants. She dimmed the lights in the entrance office, save a small Tiffany lamp on her desk. It emanated a warm glow from within, and I found it somehow relaxing. She grabbed a tablet and stylus and walked over. Like a cat, she slid against the cool leather beside me and crossed her legs. The dress hiked up several inches. I did my best not to look down.
Mr. Oakley, what you did in group was difficult, but a necessary first step. Let's see what we can get done for you today. While I enjoy the juicy little buffet of group therapy for what it is, I find the intimacy of private sessions to be the most fulfilling. You have a special mind, and I think you have a lot in there, just aching to get out. Where would you like to begin?
She locked eyes with me. Those perfect almond-shaped emeralds just bore right into my head. I don't know where to start. She cocked her head to one side, looking down at her tablet, and gently nibbled on the end of the stylus for a moment.
You are a particularly troubled man, Mr. Oakley. Reoccurring trauma for decades. 4 deployments to Iraq. 3 Purple Hearts, Navy Cross. You dropped out of university after 3 semesters. Such a shame. But you have managed 3 WI charges.
She scrolled down as my mouth hung open in shock.
Your mother's suicide when you were 11. Oh, that one hit you rather hard. She was your world. Perhaps when your father forced you to put down Max, that fantastic little beagle you owned. He was very abusive to you, your mother, and that poor puppy, was he not? Do you think you inherited your alcoholic tendencies from him? There's just so many things we could talk about. All of them succulent. She returned her gaze to me and leaned in close.
She leaned close and placed a hand on my left thigh. I was utterly paralyzed. Her sexual overture was barely noticed. I hadn't told her any of that. I hadn't told a soul about Max since I was 13. My mother. How did she even know about my mother? I lied about every question on the group therapy survey, except my name, date of birth, and service branch. She knew these things. These intimate things about my life. The worst things about my life. But how? My stomach writhed in knots. Bile rose into my throat. The tremor returned to my right hand, and I had no control over it. A clap of thunder rattled the glass case for a manuscript near her desk. The single, soft, warm glow of the desk light in the office flickered momentarily. For the half-second the lights were out, the doctor's eyes glowed like a nocturnal animal. I tried to stand, but she gripped both my legs. Despite her small stature, she held me in place with ease.
"Mr. Oakley,"
she cooed, as she dug her nails in hard enough to break the skin through my jeans.
"There's nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps I came on a bit too strong. I only want to get to know you better."
I tried to recoil from her, but she held on tight. I slowly felt my strength leave me. Her eyes, her gaze, was paralyzing. What do you want?"
"You are quite a physical specimen, Mr. Oakley. I think I can help you. We can certainly help each other."
Help me? Help me how?"
"Tell me about the Battle of Fallujah again, Mr. Oakley. Just as you did in group therapy."
She leaned back against the seat and licked blood from her black-painted fingernails. I opened my mouth to speak, but I couldn't find the words. No, that wasn't it. I couldn't find the memory. I knew I was there. I lived it. But I couldn't see myself there any longer. I couldn't hear my Lance Corporal's screams as he burned alive. I couldn't see the faces of my men, my friends. It was all just gone. No triggers. No, nothing.
I enjoyed that one, Mr. Oakley. Positively sublime. Your agony over the loss of your compatriots was delicious. I find the more you care about someone, the sweeter the memory tastes."
She extended her tongue and ran the tip around her own lips. "What the hell did you say? Delicious?" My blood boiled. This whole thing felt like a violation of my mind. A violation I couldn't even explain. The tremor in my hand was fully present and completely uncontrollable. Did she just suck the memory out of my head?
"Mr. Oakley, don't you feel better?"
Why do you insist on calling me that? Why can't you say my name? I stood and towered over her by a foot. My words echoed off the walls. Her eyes lit like fire, and she roared at me with a ferocity that caused me to feel much smaller than I could have possibly imagined.
"Your pain seeps through your pores like honey to me, Michael. Even if your name tastes like ash on my lips, your mind is a feast for me. I could dine on the horrors rattling around in your disturbed mind for decades. Because of that, I will let your indignant behavior slide this one time. Now sit. Don't raise your voice to me again. You're being rude."
What? Are you some kind of witch? Or a demon? My voice was a full octave higher than normal. I scrambled backward into her wall of displayed trinkets and picked up an antique sword from its stand. The weight of the cold steel steadied my hand, and my breathing became more controlled. I leveled the blade directly at her torso. She chuckled at me and walked forward until the tip pressed against her left breast. She extended her left arm from her side. The nails elongated from her fingers. Small droplets of blood dribbled to the floor. The skin split open to reveal hooked talons 6 inches long each. She spoke to me like a parent would chastise an insolent child. It was condescending and demanding.
"Oh, Michael, please, put that down. It belongs to our Pharazon of Numenor. It's 6,000 years old. Very expensive."
Jesus, what are you? I'm sorry.
I existed long before your Nazarene. I have been called many things over the years. Harpy, devil, succubus, Nosferatu, siren.
Her nostrils flared like an animal when she spoke. The talons retracted back into place. Her fingers appeared perfectly normal again. I realized I was outmatched. Slowly, I lowered the sword to my side. She closed the distance and gripped it in her bare hand, but it caused no injury. The sword gently slid from my grasp into her hands. Dr. Meridiana replaced it on the shelf with special care and polished a fingerprint from it. So, you are a demon? My voice trembled. It was hard to keep focus.
Demons want your soul. I don't care about your soul or your sins or any of your lustful desires for my body. Though, some of your dreams are rather arousing. I'm flattered you imagine me to be that flexible. I wouldn't mind to attempt at it, though. Anything for you.
She groaned ever so softly as she spoke. Her seductive tone was intoxicating. "Oh, God," I said as I dropped to the floor. I felt like I was about to vomit. She was in my head. She had been in my head for months, probing my thoughts, my worst traumas, and my darkest desires. She knew it all. She was baiting me, like a deer to a salt lick. She was an apex predator, and I was cornered prey.
Now, Mr. Oakley. Don't be dramatic.
What do you want with my memories?
To unburden you of them.
She said it so sweetly, almost romantically. Why don't you just take the ones you want? I can feel you in my head. You've seen them. Just take them.
If I were to rip them out of your head by force, the mental trauma would certainly kill you. I could do that, but if you offer them freely, it only drains you. But don't you worry. I will always let you recover. It's like picking low-hanging fruit versus tearing the tree down, Mr. Oakley. She lifted me from the floor and guided me back to the couch. I felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. I could feel myself sit down and lean back. I could see Dr. Meridiana as she straddled me and ground her hips into my groin. She draped her arms around my neck. Her floral perfume drifted to my nostrils. She licked from the nape of my neck up to my jawline and moaned softly. I felt her hot breath on me as she whispered to me. Let's start from the beginning. Tell me about the first time your father beat you. Pretty please.
It was well past midnight when she finally released me. I drove home in silence, entered my apartment, and sat on my bed. I stared at the floor until the first rays of dawn broke my trance. I looked out the window at the rising sun and pulled the blackout curtains shut. I slept for 3 days. When I finally stirred, I realized I had slept better than I had in 25 years. It was gone. All my pain from those memories were gone. I felt better. Half the food in the kitchen was spoiled, so I settled for a bowl of cereal. After some thought, I picked up my phone and scrolled through the hundreds of missed notifications. The time showed 2:38 p.m. I looked around my bedroom until I found the pants I had worn the Wednesday prior. The crumpled business card was still in the front pocket. My eyes strained to see the numbers, but eventually, I pushed all 9. I pressed dial and waited. 1 ring, then 2. The line picked up.
Eden Falls, Dr. Lily Meridiana speaking.
Hello, Doctor. It's me, Michael Oakley. I'd like to make an appointment to talk about my mother.
Oh, Michael. So good to hear from you.
She sounded pleasantly surprised. There was a muffled crunch in the background. Is this a bad time?
For you, my dear. Not at all.
She cooed softly. I could hear the sheer arousal in her voice. It caused my groin to stir.
I'm just having a bite to eat. Let me clear my schedule this evening. I will be waiting.
I was finally able to get the following report from my contact in the former Soviet Union who once worked at Station 13 in the Siberian wastes. It is a testimony which was probably smuggled away from a small town not far from Kazan. It is about happenings which, apparently, have to do with the strange people who allegedly appeared in Solovsk, the city of the deep. Following are the words sent to me. Judge for yourself. Dear Mr. Keba, I have once again considered your insistent request for the release of those documents which points to further shadows in my homelands. Finally, I decided to comply with it, since I am getting old and do not want to leave this world in ignorance. Therefore, I am now enclosing the testimony that awakens disturbing ideas in one's mind, and that is framed by a tragedy which occurred at that time. Testimony of Dr. Jury T., 4/1/1980. Sophia, independent, strong, intelligent, her heart in the right place, and a bit arrogant. That's how I would have described my sister. Before it all began, the two of us were always very close from childhood on. We did a lot together. We couldn't be separated. I mean, you probably know yourself that times weren't exactly rosy back then. My father died at a young age in Stalingrad shortly after we were born. Our mother never got over it, the Lord rest her soul. She started drinking and hanging around in shabby neighborhoods. She was really pretty then, my mother. I always suspected what she did for a living, but I never asked. Sophia didn't either. Thinking back now, I realize why Sophia was so strong and so independent. She had to get us both through life when our mother slowly crumbled because of her professional environment. I don't blame Ma at all. And yet, despite all that, we didn't necessarily have the worst childhood. We lived far enough away from the war zones so that we could go to school more or less normally. Yes, we always studied hard, too. Sophia and me. And read a lot. Son-in-Law, Story of a Life, but also some Western works, most for children, that we got as a gift from a nice gentleman in a small bookstore in a side street. Robinson Crusoe, Alice in Wonderland, Tom Sawyer. Yes, of course, one should not read such things, but curiosity won out. Please remember, we were children at that time, and we had nothing else. Excuse me, could I have something to drink, please? Thank you. We had to educate ourselves. We wanted to get out of our neighborhood, out of the dirt and out of the filth. You can understand that, can't you? Sophia was sometimes almost a second mother to me, even though we were the same age. Well, she is a few minutes older. We barely managed to make ends meet. I mean, of course, we had to work extra. Ma was getting older after all. That's where the wrinkles pop up. Well, anyway, Sophia really had something in her head, just like me, if I may say so. And then she also met Mikhail, who was already such a capable businessman back then, at the beginning of the 60s, over in Norilsk. A dream couple, the two of them. Unfortunately, I didn't see them much during my medical studies, but we stayed in touch. They traveled a lot, only inside the Great Motherland, of course. Mikhail was away a lot on business trips and always liked to take her with him, the old romantic. A good man, he always took care of her. He came from a rich family. I have no idea how the two of them met, but I guess fate finally meant well for my sister. I was so happy for both of them when they finally got married in 1975. There had probably always been problems with Mikhail's parents, as they are very conservative, noble roots, I believe. Of course, I was present at the wedding ceremony as the best man. That's when I met his parents. A bit frosty at first, but when they learned that I was a surgeon and earned well, they thawed a bit. Slightly dubious, but still. And then came the honeymoon. They traveled further up north, somewhere to a cabin that belonged to Mikhail. When they returned, they told of the wonderful time they had had, of campfires, of shooting stars, and clear lakes. I had never seen Sophia as cheerful and happy as she was when they returned. A new energy seemed to have taken a hold of her. It must have been during those days that Victor was conceived. Of course, the two of them had waited until after marriage. Until, well, my mother had been a bad example for both of us in that regard, and we didn't want to anger the Lord either. It had been the same with me and Ariana, if I may add. But, unfortunately, Sophia was not granted her happiness for long. Mikhail became ill in the following weeks, feverish. He no longer recognized Sophia or anyone else. He talked in a confused way. To our horror, he soon hanged himself. You may or may not have read it in the papers at the time. It didn't get a lot of attention. My sister called me that evening, frantically. She, too, seemed confused and a bit feverish.
Yuri, he's dead, and there's nothing I can do. What am I going to do? What about the child? Is he supposed to grow up without a father, like you and me? What am I going to do?
I tried to calm her down.
No, Yuri, don't you understand? He killed himself. Why? Why?
Of course, I didn't know the answer to her question. How could I? I had always appreciated Mikhail. He was calm, reasonable, level-headed. Had he perhaps been terminally ill? That had to be it.
Did he perhaps find something after all? He was so strange when he came back.
Sophia was beside herself. I couldn't follow her thoughts, confused. Sophie, what are you talking about? I asked her. After a moment of silence, she finally answered.
When we were in the north, there was a meteor shower very close to us. Mikhail wanted to find a stone from space for his study. He went away into the forest and came back the next morning. He was a bit strange, but he quickly regained his composure. He said that his search had been unsuccessful, and all was well again, so we had fun. But when we got home...
She broke off and swallowed. I had never seen her this desperate, not even in our early childhood, when everything was in shambles. But I've already told you about that. Finally, she continued.
Then, in the city, it started. We had gone for a walk in the city park, like every Sunday afternoon. Everything was as usual, or so I thought. Suddenly, he stopped, listened to the wind. At first I thought he had heard someone call him, some acquaintance, or...
I still didn't know what was going on, of course, and asked her to keep talking.
It was just a flock of pigeons. Just pigeons sitting on the sidewalk, a bit away from us. But Mikhail suddenly got so strange. He turned around and dragged me along. He was scared. I didn't know him like that.
I didn't know him like that either, by the way. He usually presented himself as a strong-willed man. It's probably better that way in his business, but you got used to it. Anyway, she continued.
I confronted him as soon as we got back home. He looked embarrassed. Said that he was just overworked, that he had felt sick, that he was tired. I can't remember how many excuses he had at the ready, but I didn't let that stop me. Finally, he admitted the real reason, hesitantly, almost meekly. The cooing of the pigeons had frightened him.
I thought at the time that I had misheard. She seems to have felt the same way.
Pigeons. The cooing of pigeons. That was crazy. I kept asking, and then he finally came clean.
She told me about what he supposedly experienced in that forest. Admittedly, the story did worry me a bit. Probably it is better if I tell it to you. Then you will have the whole picture, and you might be able to make sense of it yourself. Mikhail had left to look for the meteorites. He wanted one of them for his office. Had gone into the night. It must have taken him a while to get closer to the area where he suspected the impact crater. Mikhail reported an unnaturally sour smell, and of an uneasiness that grew within him as he slowly wandered along the trees. It was not long before he had reached a large clearing where he could make out the steaming remains of a meteorite. The piece from space had dug deep into the ground, leaving a jagged trail in the dirt that must have been at least 30 meters long. Cautiously, he approached, hoping to find some small debris that he could take with him. But when he had almost reached the crater, which was still emitting white, dusty steam, a terrible feeling reportedly came over him. The feeling of foreboding. The feeling of something vile that was eyeing him with its probing gaze. He told my sister that there, near that furrow, he discovered a fear within himself that he had never known before. Not in his childhood, not when thinking about the future, which had often caused him sleepless nights due to the threats of the Americans. There, in the silence of nature, he had stopped. Finally crouched down and listened into the night. He went on to report that he had finally focused all of his attention on the steaming crater, which still produced foul odors of vinegar and sulfur. His heart had dropped when he noticed something stirring there in the wind. An outline in the steam, which he could not see clearly through the darkness, because a cloud was just floating in front of the moon. But hearing, I'm sure you could guess what he had supposedly heard. My sister swears that he spoke of a cooing sound, similar to that of a pigeon, but different, stranger, mixed with indescribable other sounds. Mikhail had run back to the hut as quickly as possible, but still quietly enough that it could not have noticed him. My sister continued.
He's confessed to having woken up during the nights unnoticed by me, because he thought he heard that cooing sound outside our hut. However, he did not want to worry me, so he kept silent. I heard nothing.
At the time, I believed that Sophia was going crazy just like her husband, that the stress and grief was driving her mad. But why had Mikhail taken his own life so suddenly, whilst his son was growing in my sister's belly? Surely he knew. I could not make any sense of it. Maybe he didn't want to expose his child to such a madness. I don't even know if he knew about the pregnancy. My sister only found out shortly before Mikhail's suicide. Maybe he had committed suicide without the knowledge of... Anyway, I saw Sophia more often in the following time. She needed me, and I helped her to overcome her grief. My wife and I were with her many times, and when Victor finally came, everything got better. Sophia finally found joy in her life again. The boy was really her everything. You don't believe me? Yes, it was so. After Mikhail's death, she had inherited everything and was doing well financially. Her in-laws also helped her move out, though I'm not sure if they did it because of her or their grandson. Little Victor was a sunshine, a true sunshine. And I'd never seen such a smart little guy. At the age of 4, he could already read, write, and calculate. He was always healthy, inquisitive, and polite. He took after his father in strength and endurance. There was no doubt about that. It was sometimes almost uncanny how educated the boy spoke, what words he used, and with what strange looks he often stared at the most normal objects. But he was still a little boy. Our little boy, whom we loved more than anything. I still remember how one day he came to visit me in the clinic with his mother, completely fascinated by all the equipment and pictures. Don't worry, I never let him see anything that might have disturbed him. I know how quickly children get scared. I also was his godfather. Did I tell you that? No, I don't think so. Victor often visited me when his mother needed to relax. My daughter, who had just been born at that time, was also always lovingly cared for by him, just like his mother had taken care of me a long time ago. Oh, that good boy. Children have such big hearts. It was a few weeks ago when Sophia brought the little man to me, all upset.
He's so strange today. I don't know what to do anymore,
she said, almost tearfully. Of course, I was puzzled. Victor had never really caused any problems before, had never been naughty. She almost had to drag him into my parlor, which made me feel quite uncomfortable. I hadn't seen him like that before.
Go away! Go away! You're not my mom!
He screamed in panic.
What are you talking about? Of course I am. Vicky, behave yourself. Look, there's Uncle Yuri. You know him.
My sister tried to calm him down. I squatted down and looked the boy in the eye. Victor, what's wrong? Calm down. Did you have a bad dream? Come with me to the study. Then we'll sit in the armchair and you'll tell me everything. All right? Aunt Arna will make you a hot chocolate. That was always his favorite place. My armchair, you know. and he had never turned down hot chocolate. Not this time either. He quieted down and ran into the next room, not even glancing at his mother. "Sophie, don't worry about him. We'll get him fixed," I told my sister as soon as she left us alone. Victor had already crawled into the armchair, and a steaming cup was beside him on the little table, where he always put it. "Well, boy, tell me what's going on. You can't scare your ma like that." I tried to engage in conversation.
"That's not my mother,"
the boy said again.
"Why would you say something like that? You're making her all sad with that,"
I replied.
"Well, it's not Ma. She looks like that, it sounds like that, smells like that, but it's not her. Uncle Yuri, haven't you noticed?"
Tears began to run down Victor's cheeks. I put my hand on his shoulder. "I didn't notice anything. Were you reading a scary book or watched a bad movie?" "Do you have children too?" "Yes." "Then you probably know how careful you must be about such things." "Well, but at least the boy seemed to trust me."
No, I wasn't watching anything, I swear. Only tonight there was a noise outside my bedroom door. Almost inaudible, but there it was. Definitely Uncle Yuri."
Well, you can imagine that I was not surprised. In our house, the pipes were always sometimes pounding and banging. But I wondered why that had gotten the little guy so rattled.
"No, Uncle Yuri, it was almost like there was a pigeon outside my room. That's what it sounded like. A soft cooing. I knew it for sure. Maybe I just dreamed it. But yes, there was a monster outside my room. It was flowing through the house in the dream. It sounded like a pigeon, so similar, but not quite, different too, and terrible. And this morning, Ma was different. She's not my mother. It took her and replaced her, Uncle Yuri. You have to believe me."
I know, it sounds crazy, but the boy was so confused. I felt so sorry for him. But what was I supposed to do? "There are no monsters. You know that. They're just imaginary."
"I'm like Pa,"
Victor suddenly said. I'm sure you can imagine how startled I was. How did he know about that? Like Pa? What do you mean?
"He heard the cooing, too. That awful cooing. And then he went crazy. And I'm getting like that now, aren't I? I don't want to, Uncle Yuri."
The little boy cried. It took a long time for me and my wife to calm him down. Only when he was allowed to hold the little one did he feel better and found his way back to reality. When Sophia came to pick up Victor that evening, I confronted her. "How did he know about Mikhail's hallucinations?" I asked her. I must have been very angry, because she took a step back from me, thinking. Then she started to cry.
I do see this therapist for, but yesterday we couldn't go to his office because there was a bursted pipe. I thought he was sleeping, Yuri. I didn't know he might be awake. We had the meeting at our house, and he must have heard it."
I hugged her and tried to comfort her, despite my anger at her stupid behavior. After all, she was my sister, wasn't she? She had always helped me when she could. When she left with Yuri that night, I actually thought that everything would be okay again. I knew Sophia would calm him down. "Can I have another drink, please? Thank you very much." So, I think this talk of Victor's was, of course, children's fantasies running wild. Attempts to come to terms with his father's death, but then, that night, I heard it. You probably don't believe me. I wouldn't believe myself either. Maybe it was just a pigeon outside the window, outside in the night, seeking shelter from the cold. But I could swear it was in our room. The cooing. My wife was asleep, my daughter too. No one heard it. No one heard those sounds that I had trouble reproducing. You can't imagine how different such a cooing can sound. How strange and alien. How I felt that there was no pigeon outside my window. Or was I dreaming? Was it perhaps in the room, and not outside at all? I asked my wife the next morning, after waking up dazed and strangely lethargic, but I had probably imagined it all. But then it got worse when my sister came to visit again with Victor. This time he could not be calmed down.
"You're different. You're all different. It took all of you. It changed you. All of you. Who are you? Help. Help. I want to get out of here."
Desperate, we took him to the study. Victor was confused again, and we closed the door to calm him down. Again and again we listened to his cries.
"Where's my mom? Where's Yuri? What did you do to them?"
It was disturbing. What on earth was wrong with him? We were having a hard time getting him to be quiet. In the end, it was my wife who accomplished it. We decided it was best to have my sister and her son stay with us until things improved. We also called Sophia's therapist, who had a long talk with Victor, and finally got him to sleep after installing an old camera next to Victor's bed. It was the only way he had been able to convince the boy to lie down.
If it helps him,
my sister sighed.
But it can't be that things are getting out of hand this badly,
I objected. As you can imagine, I was extremely irritated and completely exacerbated. If we hadn't met at your place for the session. But he'll be fine. Tomorrow morning, everything will look different. Believe me, the therapist said slowly, but looked reasonably optimistic. Only, it didn't get better that morning. On the contrary, I found the boy pale as a sheet and sitting in a corner with almost no emotion.
"It was there. I know it. I know it was with me. Look at the video. Look at it. Whoever you pretend to be. You are one. You're one of them."
You wouldn't believe the goosebumps I had. Outrageous. I took the camera. "We can look at it together, but there won't be anything," I suggested.
No, it doesn't matter. It's too late. I think I got it all wrong, Uncle Yuri. I think I got it all wrong. It's like in your book. You know?
He pointed to an old, small booklet that lay open next to where he was sleeping. It was Alice in Wonderland. One of my old children's books. I picked it up and looked at the open page, read, and saw the paragraph he must have meant. "Dear, dear, how queer everything is today. And yesterday things went on just as usual. I wonder if I've been changed in the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I almost think I can remember feeling a little different, but if I'm not the same, Next question is, who in the world am I? I looked up at Victor. Little Victor. Good Victor. I felt uneasy. Something was wrong. I knew it.
It's me. It's also changed me. Who am I? What am I?
Victor asked, without any emotion, but I imagined that there was a cooing in his voice. Low, threatening. I stood up, grabbed the camera, and strode out of the room. Victor remained sitting motionless on his bed, his head strangely tilted, resting on his left shoulder. My mind was turning on me. Only my mind's turning on me, surely. You don't have to worry about me, though. I sat down at the kitchen table and watched the video that had been recorded during the night. Trembling, I looked into the small, lit window of the camera. The sleeping boy, the dreaming little Victor. Innocent. Why do such terrible things happen to such wonderful children? Can you tell me? No, the world is just unfair. And do you know what I saw there? Nothing. Only sleeping Victor, who began to toss and turn restlessly. And then, cooing. That horrible cooing. That disgusting cooing. And the voice in it, the childish voice singing unnatural, inhuman sounds. It sounded so otherworldly. I stopped the video, slowed it down as much as I could. Today's technology, unbelievable. And then, just for a moment, the being. I only saw a part, just the slimy suckers and anemone-like outgrowths sucking on the little boy's head, looking like they grew out of the billowing air above the bed. Except that, at that moment, it wasn't the boy lying there, but another figure, distantly recognizable as human, yet completely. I'm sorry. I'm just exhausted right now because of all this. Sorry. Maybe it's just my imagination. I don't know. Can I get some more water? Thank you. I'm so thirsty. So thirsty. I am a coward. Yes, I am. I didn't say anything. Nothing. And not to my sister. Not to anyone. And I should have. I should have told her. Then maybe now it wouldn't have been. God. Then, well, they left, and you know the rest. The poor boy. How could she do that? How? Such a thirst. Such a thirst. How? How could she do that? Such a thirst. Why am I thirsty? Have I also changed that night? Oh God, my family. What if it takes them too? If I take them too? No, please. It was his voice, singing there in the cooing. It was his voice. Victor was singing. Was it always him? Was it always him in the cooing? In the cooing, was it always me? Has it always been my voice, our voice? Was I changed tonight? The poor boy. She got him. She got us. It is tragic to say that Dr. Yuri T. suffered a seizure and suddenly went after the officers, drooling, as if he wanted to take something unspeakable from them. At least, that is what they told me later. They shot him, and it is probably for the best. His sister was sent to prison for infanticide. She hanged herself not 3 days later. At that time, I already suspected that it had something to do with all those incidents in Solovsk, or the appearance of the witness. However, I could not piece together the details. We performed an autopsy on Dr. T and found some dusty, almost invisible white fungus or spore-like traces, the same in the sister's corpse. The matter was covered up by me, and they burned the bodies. However, the disease did not seem to be contagious. The boy, well, nothing could be found on him, because I'd rather spare you the exact circumstances of his demise. I covered up the matter, naturally. The therapist was taken into protective custody. You may have heard of such methods. I'm not proud of it, but it was necessary. The video was destroyed under unfortunate circumstances, but I was able to save the audio track at the time. I finally managed to digitize it and attached it to this mail. You can listen to it for yourself at your own risk. But be warned, it is unnerving. Darkness. Absolute darkness. Light on the ground with my eyes closed, I wished from the bottom of my heart to remain in complete darkness. Darkness is in complete ignorance, oblivious to the abominations I witnessed. Of course, I cannot go back in time. I cannot erase my memory and forget the dark truth I have come to know. Do you wonder what it is? Here is my story.
Sir? Sir?
I heard from afar, struggling to get away from the slumber's grip and get closer to the voice. I soon felt her hand press on my shoulder with as much respect and strength as possible until I woke up from my deep sleep. Sorry, I said, as soon as I opened my heavy eyes in complete confusion and dizziness.
We arrived,
The mature lady sitting next to me said with a smile. Oh, yeah. Thank you, madam, I quietly answered, shaking my head and rubbing my eyes with one hand. I've never slept so much in a flight, I remember telling myself in my thoughts, also wondering what could have knocked me out. As soon as I stepped out of the plane, the landscape welcomed me with open arms. I witnessed on the spot why tourism was one of the main strengths of that country. I felt so angry with myself for missing the view during the landing, but everything was still amazing, even on the ground. Imagine an airport next to one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. Here it is. Those were the first 3 words that came to my mind as I descended the plane's stairs. My escape. The only way out of the pain that invaded my heart since the loss of my best friend. My pal, my bro, Ronnie Finley. At least, that is what my 19-year-old self believed. Some time away in a foreign country, far from the city that bore all the memories of my friend and I. I quickly went through all the procedures before I reunited with my uncle Simon and my 2 cousins, Wes and Stephanie. Welcome, Jake, they all shouted with smiles and open arms, attracting attention towards us and almost embarrassing me in the process. Thank you, I said, quietly with an awkward grin. We hugged, chatted briefly, and started walking towards the exit, and everything was already going just great, or so I thought, because I did not know that the first red flag waited for me outside. We exited the airport and started walking towards Uncle Simon's car, ready to go home. There was an old woman lying on the ground somewhere in the parking area, and not far from us. From the view of her stained clothes, I realized quickly that she was a homeless person having a rest. She heard us talk, and the noise attracted her attention and obviously her eyes. However, as soon as she saw me, she lifted her head up. Up until that moment, I did not give it that much attention, and the others did not even notice. But after a few seconds, she quickly stood up, froze, and her accusing eyes riveted on me. "Don't look at her," Uncle Simon said, lowering his voice. We all noticed her at that point, and even stopped talking, hoping that she would not do something worse. Despite Uncle Simon's advice, I could not help myself to take a few glimpses of the old lady, her stare, and the hatred in her eyes. She seemed to scold me with her look, like I was doing something wrong and indecent, such as walking there with just my underwear.
"Is she all right? Like, what's up with the staring?"
Stephanie asked when we reached the car and started loading my stuff, still under the piercing look of the old woman. She stood there, petrified, as the wind motioned her long and greasy gray hair. "She must have a mental illness," Wes replied. "Yeah, she might. That's why I asked you not to." Uncle Simon stopped, scanning the whole area and where the old lady stood with her eyes. Soon, we all looked in that direction and did the exact same thing. "Where is she?" I asked, unable to see where she went. There was no way a lady of that age could move that fast and just disappear. But she was gone, vanishing into thin air. "I suggest we get out of here," Wes quietly said. "Totally agree," Uncle Simon supported. The ride home gave me another chance to contemplate the splendor of the city. Along the way, Uncle Simon, Wes, and Stephanie kept pointing at different places and attractions and telling me what they are all about and what we can do there. I came to have some fun for the holidays, but did not expect to have so many options. Every year in that city, there is a huge fair lasting several weeks that I intended to take full advantage of. My Uncle Simon got the idea and pretty much organized the whole trip. He always treated me so nice, and never missed any opportunity to offer me anything. Therefore, despite being his younger sister's adoptive son, I never really felt that way. Uncle Simon largely contributed to making me a part of the family. Since he did not want me to be annoyed all the time by my two younger cousins, and wanted me to have some privacy, he decided to accommodate me in one of his many homes. I still remember the amazement when we finally arrived, a whole house just for my 19-year-old self. At that moment, I thought about how a car and a cute and funny girl would just take an already perfect picture to an awesome level. Uncle Simon waved at a few people, and we made our way towards the entrance throughout the beautiful garden. I took a few glimpses at the surroundings and saw how it was a nice neighborhood with decent houses, looking just like the one I would be staying in. I had also seen a few people doing various things like lawn mowing, an old man walking a dog, people talking, children playing, a man sweeping the streets, and another one who came to talk to him. The house was well kept, and Uncle Simon, of course, ensured that I would not find myself lacking anything, from food to entertainment to cash. "Just call me if you need anything," he said on the departure. I began unpacking, and the first thing I saw after opening my suitcase was a framed photo of Ronnie and I. My lips curved into a smile, and I remember how bubbly my best friend was. I mean, just from that picture, anyone could tell who was the funny one and who was the boring one. He had a small scar close to the eye, and, according to him, that made him look like some sort of bad boy that attracted girls, and feminine company is something Ronnie never lacked. He had a quite unique way to talk and pronounce certain expressions. For example, he would say, "how doing," instead of "how you doing," or saying thank instead of thanks, or cool meeting you instead of nice to meet you. Quite a unique guy, I thought, as I shook my head and put the picture on the desk next to my bed. With some streaming and popcorn on my mind, I unpacked as fast as I could. During the night, when the binge-watching started to rather bore me, I began to doze off a little bit, slowly drifting to sleep. Around 2 in the morning, for the very first time, I heard that hissing sound. The sound of hell. The sound that will forever ice my veins and blood. It was accompanied by noises of leaves and bushes being shaken and sounds of fast steps on the grass. First, let me switch off any source of lights, I thought, to then take a careful look through an opening on the curtain. I did exactly that, and my heart almost exploded in my chest. Hidden in the shadows of the green fence, a pair of small, glowing white eyes stared right at me. They were so distant from each other that I convinced myself that those eyes could not fit on a human face, unless that human had an abnormally wide face and big head. Whatever the thing was, it was certainly massive. Stepping back almost immediately, I thought of logical actions I could take to solve the situation, but at the same time, the thing in the garden moved. I heard its fast steps on the grass and looked again through the curtain, only to see it move so fast along the fence, still covered by the shadows. From what I saw, it was moving on all fours with the speed and behavior of a cockroach. Run, stop again and again. But honestly, I could not recall of any animal of such size moving so fast and in that strange of a manner. I ran to my phone to call the cops right away. The sounds of hissing and steps resonated all around the house, making me realize that the thing had a crazy speed, until a horrifying and more plausible theory blossomed in my mind. What if there were several of them? After dialing the number and launching the call, all I could hear was interference and static noises, until the hissing sound also arose from the phone. I threw my phone on the ground in fear, and sped to the kitchen to retrieve 3 knives, still escorted by all the nightmarish noises. Between the kitchen door and the one of the many pieces of furniture in the living room, there was a space wide enough for me to hide. I curled up there, holding one of the knives between my hands, trembling more and more, each time I glimpsed the fast shadow at the window, and jumping each time it hissed. I stayed there, enduring such a nightmare for hours until it suddenly stopped exactly at 4 o'clock. A heavy silence almost hurt my ears, only pierced by the sounds of the ticking clock and my rapid breathing. What to do next? I had neither the strength nor the brains to think of anything logical to do at the moment. I just stayed there, and that little hiding place is where morning found me. Of course, there was all the rest. The police, the little investigation that led to nothing, and Uncle Simon, who decided to install a sophisticated security system. But at least, with the arrival of the police the next day, some of my neighbors were curious, so they came to inquire about the whole incident, people with whom I became good friends with afterwards. Among them, Stanley, his daughter, Lily, and Mr. Howard, who lives in the opposite house to mine on the street, with his faithful dog, Mac. Stan was a 35-year-old man at that time, a cool, fun, and talkative guy, and was the only one who talked to the sweeping man, according to him. Stan told me that his name was Eric, and I did not think much of him since I only saw him a few times, like on the day of my arrival, sweeping the streets with his face hidden under his baseball cap. The strange thing about Stanley was that he likes to engage in the same topics of conversation repeatedly, making the same jokes. His daughter, Lily, was very cute and was 17 years old at the time. We made it a habit of her always knocking 3 times and saying, "Lily time," once at the door each morning so that I could give her some cookies. She chose the Lily time phrase all by herself. Mr. Howard always walked his dog Mac each morning, also exercising a little bit on the same occasion. It became a little routine to see Lily in the morning, then to wave at Mr. Howard through the window, and have Stan visiting later in the afternoon. The animal and hissing sound incident did not happen again. Therefore, I began to feel very comfortable in the house. Life was getting better, even very great. I found a spot from where I liked to order food, and another one where I could just sit and relax. I even visited my Uncle Simon a few times. His main house, of course, was far better than the one I was staying in. It also gave me the opportunity to eat quality food from my uncle's wife, Evelyn, and spend some time with my cousins. Following a few weeks, the long-awaited first day of the fair finally arrived. Wes, Stephanie, and I decided to go on this very day, even though we knew it would be crowded. While my cousins just drove into that paradise just as if it were their second home, I felt like a little boy brought into an imaginary world of fantasy and magic. One of the first thoughts that hit my mind was if I could spend the night in that world. My cousins kept on dragging me by the hand so that I would not lose track of them. For the first 30 minutes in the fair, my head stayed up as I looked left and right, often also spinning on myself with a bright smile, entranced by the dance and symphony of the plays. The shops with their shiny products calling for my eyes, the food stands caressing my nose with delicious and aromatic scents, the clowns, the balloons, and, of course, the games. Don't get me wrong, I've been to fairs in my own town, but of course none of them could compare with that one, as if everything in that city was magical and better than anywhere else. After about 5 in the afternoon, we roamed some minutes more in the fair, feeling tired with our stomachs full of hamburgers. We engaged in an area we have already been to before, and it did not take us long to notice something we did not see earlier, or even expect to discover. Discreetly placed between a soccer shop and a shooting target game stand, as if too shy and avoided being seen or too small compared to its two neighbors, a little brown tent with a somber entrance attracted me and my cousins. "Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking?" Stephanie asked, with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Hell yeah," Wes replied. Embellished by the coat of sunset, a visible sign glinted, indicating what we were bargaining for. Maribel, the steer, we could read on the shiny sign. I entered first and was immediately seen by a smiling and charming blonde lady, welcoming us with a casual "hey" before gesturing us to sit in front of her table. The premises completely contrasted with our expectations, since there were no candles, skulls, strange books, or weird bracelets or objects. I also laughed when I saw my cousins wearing a mask of utter disappointment. "So, how does it work?" I questioned, hoping not to look stupid in front of the beautiful lady. Fortunately, she was cool, and after a few explanations, the séance began in no time. I placed my right hand into hers before she closed her eyes, all of us unaware about the outcome. It did not even last 10 seconds. Almost immediately, I saw her gradually frown, and she began hyperventilating while squeezing my hand. In complete confusion, I looked at my cousins, who looked back at me, while Maribel started screaming and still holding my hand, and struggling as if she wanted to release me, but could not. Soon after, as her eyes stayed closed, huge and dark circles appeared around them, before she let out one last eerie scream, and finally released my hand and crawled backwards in absolute fear. We looked at her, looking at us while the dark circles slowly disappeared, completely defeated by the situation, not knowing what to do or what to say. A few seconds later, with a soft and trembling voice, she let out a simple and clear instruction that was still incomprehensible for us. "Get out," she quietly said, not triggering any response from us. "Get out! Get out!" She then shouted repeatedly, making a reach for her phone. Understanding that she planned on calling the cops on us, we booked out of the tent, with the intention of exiting the fair once and for all. I prayed for all of us not to be stopped by any security guards. We reached the exit and sat somewhere near the street, catching our breath. We could still not say anything about the occurrence, and just looked at each other, still terrified by those eyes, those dark circles within them. 9 minutes later, still shocked and silent, we waited for a requested ride home and hoped to put traumatic events behind us. Later that night, I lay on my bed looking for a better position to rapidly fall asleep to, rolling left and right, lying in turn on my back and stomach respectfully. I did not care about the loud creaking noises the mattress made until I noticed another creaking sound right above me. The sound of something heavy enough to make a ceiling creak. I slowly looked at the ceiling, only to see the familiar white paint and nothing else. I stayed in that position for at least 20 seconds, starting to think that creaking sound came from the bed only. When I turned to my right, I heard it again, that time more clearly. Every trace of fatigue left me as I decided to investigate what on earth could be hiding right above my head. I put one foot on the ground and heard the noise again, stopping me in my tracks. That time, I froze longer, and nothing happened as long as I stayed immobile. The moment I moved to put my other foot on the ground, the noise started again, and I realized that something was in the ceiling, apparently imitating my every move. Eyes closed, already submerged by sheer fear, I took slow steps backward in the direction of the door, only to hear similar cautious steps resonating in the ceiling and in the same direction. I stopped once again and opened my eyes. I looked at the ceiling, gathering the courage I needed to do something I didn't know I would instantly regret. Not sure about the reply I would get, if any. I passed my hands through my hair, eyes fixed on the ceiling before I spoke the words. "Is there anyone?" I stopped in my tracks, silenced by the immediate reply as the intruder said the exact same words at the exact same time. "Is there anyone?" A demonic and distorted voice resounded from the ceiling, accompanied in its speech by a hissing sound. The thing was back. Terror carried me outside of the bedroom in a flash. My only objective was the entrance door. At each stride towards my salvation, I could hear a sound above my head at the exact same time, as if it were synchronized. Only a few meters away from the locked door, I thought. The moment I saw the entrance, the thing headed in the same direction with the exact same pace as mine. I intended to burst it open with my shoulder, just like in the movies, and not sure if I was strong enough to do it. At least, in my mind, with a strong press on the door, the alarm system may alert the neighbors and the armed response unit. Now or never, I thought, as I threw myself forward, shoulder first, before I was stopped on the spot by the strongest grip I have felt on my neck. Whatever that was, it was powerful. It then proceeded to knock my head on the wall, again and again, as I let out screams in complete despair. It's over, I thought. I was about to join Ronnie in the afterlife. The thing did not stop until I was about to faint. I still remember being dropped on the floor, then dragged by the foot, with my vision blurred and unable to see anything until I passed out. "Lily, delivery on the way," I replied, as I always did, still feeling dizzy. I put a foot on the ground, and the events of the night before flooded back into my mind. Was I dead? I asked myself. Certainly not if Lily is knocking on the door. So what happened after I fainted? I rushed to the bathroom to look at myself in the mirror. I was thoughtless. Not a single bruise or any trace of brutality anywhere on my skin. Was it all just a nightmare? I gave Lily her cookies and saw her off. Following some reflection on the event, I decided not to call the authorities. There was no sign of intrusion, no sign of brutality, nothing to testify about that horrible occurrence. I went from the living room to the entrance door and stood on my porch for no apparent reason. Nothing out of the ordinary, as expected. Lily played with some friends, a neighbor watering some plants in her garden, and the sweeping man conversing with Stanley. Carried by the need to talk to someone, I walked in the direction, also willing to finally meet Eric, the sweeping man. I greeted a few people along the way as I approached the duo. Stanley spotted me from a certain distance, smiled, and notified Eric that I was getting close. I smiled back at Stanley, quite forcefully, and awkwardly because I still had so much on my mind. "Hello, Jake," Stanley said when I was close to them. Eric turned to me and removed his baseball cap that was always hiding his face, and smiled at me as well, before saying in a very familiar voice, "Hi, Jake, right? Cool to meet you. I'm Eric," he said, stretching out his arm towards me in a greeting gesture. I froze before them and considered at that very moment that I was indeed in a really terrifying and messed up nightmare. "How you doing?" Eric added, ignoring my awkward reaction. "Is everything all right, Jake?" Stanley questioned, both smiling at me, probably trying to stay sympathetic, but honestly ended up fueling the creepiness of the situation. My reaction, on the other hand, was not awkward to myself, but rather logical, because the man standing in front of me at that moment was Ronnie. My best friend, Ronnie. Same voice, same expression, same face, and even the same scar at the same place on his face. I did not let out a single word. I turned around and under the look of my neighbors. I ran back to the house as if my life were at stake. I locked myself in the house, trembling in fear, without any option to consider in my mind. I was lost. Several days later, I still did not dare lay one foot outside of the house. Fortunately for me, the thing with the hissing sounds did not return. I only talked to my family on the phone and stopped answering to Lily or Stanley knocking on the door. I made up some story to my uncle and had him book a flight for my return to my hometown. I did not want to stick around and end up involving my uncle and my cousins in the newly found craziness of my life. First a creepy old lady, then a crazy seer, then creepy hissing creatures, and now Ronnie. Was it his ghost? That was it for me. In the meantime, I spent sleepless nights watching Ronnie through a window as he arrived in and left the neighborhood every single day, always for the same purpose of sweeping the street, as if to fuel more paranoia and fear in my mind. At his arrival and on his departure, Ronnie always stopped in front of my house, waving at me and smiling maliciously, since he somehow always knew that I was watching. He knew. Ronnie was aware that I knew he was not Eric. But how was that possible? How was he alive? And why all the lies? The scare routine continued for at least 3 days, and the day of my return flight grew near while my feelings and my views on the matter started changing. Whatever was going on, it was once again about my friend, and I had to do something, or at least try. Therefore, one evening, after he gave me the usual creepy goodbye, I watched him walk home before I stepped out of the house and started tailing him. We walked for a very long time. The heaviness in the air seemed to attempt to break my will, even though I could not stop my legs. I found myself following, like a robot or like a sheep slowly led to the slaughterhouse. I did not know if Ronnie was aware of my little spying adventure, as he walked looking straight ahead of him, not looking behind once, or even left or right. The more I followed, the darker the surroundings became, An eerie sense of dread arose in my mind, accompanied by the befitting sound of a strong, howling wind. Ronnie led me to the outskirts of the city. I hid, crouched behind an old car, and watched him join a mysterious man dressed in a dirty security guard outfit, waiting for him in front of an abandoned building. I didn't even have the time to wonder about the conversation topic when I heard a clicking sound behind me and felt something cold land on my neck. "End of the road, freak," a deep, male voice said behind me. What are you doing?" I asked, afraid and confused at that point, not knowing what to do. "What am I doing?" the man replied and chuckled. "You're a freaking monster, and that's not supposed to be here, and you're asking what I'm doing? Don't worry, I'm here to send you back home, since you're so lost," he added, pressing the cannon of his gun more heavily on my neck. Please, I don't... Please, let me stay alive. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, I said, going on a desperate plea just to survive. "Let you stay alive? Alive? Please," the man said. "Turn around, slowly," he ordered. I obeyed, sitting on the ground, shaking more heavily when I saw the barrel of the large shotgun just inches away from my head, and his face, especially his eyes, scanning my soul as he revisited his verdict. "No way," he said, quietly, slowly lowering his gun. "Maribel. Oh, Maribel. She made a mistake," he said, chuckling again and shaking his head. Maribel, the seer?" I asked, still on the ground. "Well, she still has a gift for lasting impressions, I can see that," he replied, helping me up. "You're not one of them, for sure. They know they're dead, so they never beg to stay alive." He stopped, looking behind me. The vision of Ronnie talking to his mysterious acquaintance returned to my mind. I also looked in the same direction, only to realize that both had vanished. I then felt the man gripping me by the arm and rushed me in the opposite direction. "We gotta move, fast," he said, as he started running. I imitated him, unaware of what was unfolding. Soon we heard movements and noises coming from the roofs of the buildings surrounding us. A few seconds later, the noises were accompanied by those frightening and monstrous hissing sounds. We ran faster. I saw him loading his gun, preparing for a survival fight. I could glimpse the shadows of our pursuers jumping above us from roof to roof like skillful ninjas. The man stopped next to a black van, tapped on it, indicating me to get in, while he stayed in cover, shooting at some of the creatures to facilitate our escape. I can still hear the deep growling of some of those things as they got hit. He soon entered the car and started the engine. "Thanks for at least starting the engine. That was very helpful," he said, maneuvering swiftly and smoothly. He drove off towards our salvation, the hissing sounds lowering in intensity as we distanced our pursuers. I looked behind to see many of those things, jumping from roofs to the ground and watching us flee. Among them, I recognized the man in the security guard outfit, the old lady, and Ronnie, waving me goodbye once again, as he used to do. During the ride, the man asked me what I was doing there, spying on those demonic beings, and I explained everything, from the apparent death of Ronnie to that very moment. Just like myself, the man was not from that city. He introduced himself as Greg, and confirmed being contacted by Maribel to terminate me. And from that point, he proceeded to tell me what I needed to know about the strange beings. "First of all, Ronnie's dead, and that Eric freak you saw is not him at all. They're not human beings. Maribel and I call them soulless. They're lower-ranked demons that take on the appearance of the dead and use it in countries far away from the deceased origin land. For both obvious and also unknown reasons, The freaks are advised never to return to their homeland. It's also a tricky situation because they can remember a lot of things concerning the deceased, except the homeland. Most of them are always found having low-paid jobs or just living in poverty, surely to lay low. Greg explained. The soulless. I see. But how and when did you guys know about these things? I questioned. I don't know how Maribel did. She's gifted, you know. But as far as me, I've been hunting them since one of those freaks took the life of my brother, Brian. Him, some of my friends and I went on a bar one night in our hometown. He met a charming girl at a bar, talking to her until he ended up in a motel. When he woke up, he was laying on a grave in a cemetery far away in South America and lost his sanity. Then ultimately, his life after gave about strange health complications. That's why I'll never stop until I find that girl. Are you sure about that? From what I saw, there's a lot of them. I don't care. See this gun? Its bullets are equipped with super salted concoctions from Maribel. That liquid's nothing for us, but poison for them. As long as I have it, I can manage. Look, I'm pretty sure you know that you can't go back to that house. Those freaks know where you live. Let's go to my hideout for now. Tomorrow night we'll meet Maribel somewhere. Then you'll decide what to do. At the hideouts, I learned more useful things about the creatures and their strange behavior. As Greg put it, most of them are sets like clocks, robots, or computer programs. A lot of papers and piles of documents occupied most of the space in the small, messy apartment. Greg always managed to move around with all his information about the soulless wherever he had to go. I managed to learn as much as I could during that night, until the accumulated fatigue of that crazy day knocked me out for at least 6 hours. The next evening, after he armed me with a few bottles full of the mysterious concoction, we departed for the hideout to a destination not far from the fair. With all those strange events, everything in the city appeared so dull and so fake to me. You know, I had the kind of feeling you have when there is an immediate threat in your life, preventing you from appreciating the beauty of any moment or anything. How can you go about your life when anyone around you may be a demon straight from hell? I'd seen the darkness of the world, and that darkness took away any shred of light inside of me. Christ, Greg said, then took a sudden turn to the right, engaging in an alley before he stopped. Where is she? He questioned. Who? What's going on? I asked. Greg accelerated and was progressing in the alley while he kept looking frantically all about to spot the mysterious person he was talking about, with me initially thinking he referred to Maribel. We finally arrived in a playground area where I could see a stunning lady seated in one of the swings. Greg parked the car, grabbed his shotgun, and ran to the lady. I instinctively followed, with one bottle in hand, still baffled by the occurrence, until we faced the girl. End of the road, freak. It's time to pay for what you did to Brian, Greg said, aiming at her.
End of the road, is it?
The lady said, smiling and standing.
For you, freaks.
As soon as she finished her statement, we saw many soulless people surrounding the playground. We neither saw nor heard them arriving and ended up trapped with no chance of escape. The one with the security guard outfits approached the lady with a bag in his hand. Just as promised, Coraline, he said, throwing the bag at the lady, then turning to face us.
I know you keep your promises, Roland,
she said, opening the bag to retrieve a severed human forearm, still bloody. She started hissing like a snake, and her face splits into two, revealing a large mouth with a massive reptilian tongue and sharp teeth, before she devoured the limb vigorously. "Oh, Christ," Greg said, taking advantage of her voracious appetite to shoot at her. The bullet exploded in her belly and released the heavily salted concoction which started to burn her inside out. Coraline's death enraged Roland and all the other soulless as they all transformed. I remember thinking at that very moment that we had reached the end of the road. They attacked. The sight of them making those crazy jumps towards us with their wide open mouths and wide glowing eyes will never leave my mind. But fortunately, I had Greg. His strategy consisted of protecting me by shooting at the creatures while I did my best to cover his back by splashing the concoction on any soulless I considered too close to us. I heard their deafening hisses turn to a gruesome growling at each impact. We fought like lions for hours, surviving the attacks and different strategies those monsters tried to devour us. Until... "Craig!" a voice called, and the remaining soulless stepped back, revealing a young man, accompanied by Ronnie, walking towards us. "Brian?" Greg said, visibly shaken by the surprise. "What? How?" Greg added. "Why are you doing this, man? Why are you rejecting the gift?" Brian asked his brother. "Yes, Jake. Why are you fighting something that is meant to save you? Why do you still cling to your boring, monotonous life?" Ronnie asked me. "What? Ronnie, what are you talking about?" I asked back. "Be careful, Jake. Remember, they're not the people we knew," Greg warned. "You don't know? You mean, you don't remember? Jake, buddy, you killed me," Ronnie said. I felt like melting on the ground when I heard that. "You offered me the gift of the afterlife, and now I'm alive again. More alive than before. You don't have to resist. Just come. Come and be reborn. More alive, powerful, limitless," Brian said, gesturing to Greg as I approached him. Suddenly, Greg screamed. I turned to him and saw a soulless biting him deep in the flesh. "Run. Get out of here," he managed to say, growling, enduring the tremendous pain. He threw the shotgun at me, but I could not operate it as it was too heavy for my untrained arms. I dropped it and took the last bottle I had and sped towards the van, waving the recipe like crazy to kill as many soulless as I could to escape. I didn't even make it out of the playground when I heard a loud explosion behind me that made me fly and land a few meters away from the van. I still had the bottle in my hand, and miraculously, there was still some of the liquid inside. I got up, entered the vehicle, and made my escape, driving like a crazy man, under the look of surprised and curious people who came to investigate the explosion. No, that couldn't be possible, I thought. Ronnie died in a car crash, and I'm not a murderer. I decided to leave on that day. No more waiting. I was sure my uncle could arrange that for me, but to avoid suspicion, I had to look normal and meet him with my luggage, as well as another well-cooked story. It may sound dumb on my part, but for me at the moment, I was so messed up that it was logical to me. Dawn greeted me when I still had hours on the road before I arrived at the house. The warmth of the sun and that light chasing away all the darkness of the previous night felt like a prophecy to me. A way of showing me, or clearly telling me, that I could still survive. I could still make it alive and go back home in one piece. Hours later, finally at my destination, I parked the vehicle, left the engine running, and armed with the bottle just in case, I sped inside the house to grab the last I could and leave. While I was almost trashing the bedroom trying to prepare for my express departure, something very familiar occurred. I know it was something that I used to do every day, but at that time, I felt like reliving a scene I had already been through in the past.
Lily time?
The girl said, after 3 knocks on the door. Lily, delivery on the way, I replied, unwillingly and automatically, like a robot. It rang in my mind. Most of them are set like clocks, robots or computer programs. Was it sheer paranoia? Was I really one of those demons? How could I be one of them and not know it? No, it was getting worse and out of hand. Proving my paranoia inflicted self wrong was an easy task. The bottle was right there on the desk near the bed. Confident about the outcome of this test, I took the bottle, opened it, and carefully let 1 drop of it fall on my left forearm. It burned. I let out a painful scream and dropped the recipe, wasting the rest of the precious concoction on the ground. This could not be it. I was soulless. Everything became clear. The old lady at the airport, Maribel's reaction after taking my hand during the séance. They both knew. Was it true? Did I really kill Ronnie? Was I really Jake Nilsson? Through the pain, an avalanche of thoughts invaded my mind, soon interrupted by 3 more knocks on the door.
Lily time?
The girl said again. What about her? What about Stanley, who always visited in the afternoon? I went to the kitchen and looked at the clock, then through the window, only to witness my neighbors doing something I had never noticed before. They were doing the exact same activities at the exact same time on the clock, just like in the previous days. Mr. Howard waved at me while he saw me just as usual. All those past days, I was so focused on watching Ronnie that I did not notice the pattern. Suddenly, as if they knew that I knew, they all stopped simultaneously and looked right at me. I jumped backwards in fear. I was surrounded with them once more.
Open the door, Jake. Or should I say James?
Lily said, with a demonic voice mixed with the hissing sound, before she started pounding on the door. They all surrounded the house, and I could hear others pounding on the other doors as they tried to find their way in, and I was now deprived of any effective weapon to fight them. Lily broke the door and entered, accompanied by her friends, all of them already in their monstrous form, ready to turn me into a meal for Lily. Welcome home, James, they all said at the same time. I turned to run away from them, only to see Stanley and many others invading the living room. Yes, James, welcome home. You're asking yourself so many questions right now. You're not supposed to be here. Why do you think you don't remember being one of us, or what you did? Why do you think you slept so heavily on the plane? Stanley asked. I stormed through the window, not caring about getting hurt, and landed on the grass, only to find myself surrounded by the old lady, Ronald, Ronnie, Brian, and many more. They all transformed, ready to devour me, maybe as a well-deserved punishment for returning to my homeland. I closed my eyes, waiting for the first bite, when suddenly, their hissing was pierced by sounds of police sirens. 4 police sirens were dispatched to the address after several witnesses testified about seeing Greg's van leaving the location of the explosion. A few seconds after the police, the armed response arrived at the house, notified by the security system. The soulless returned to human form and remained immobile, smiling viciously at me. The officers had to push through them to arrest me. They stayed still, watching me being taken away by some of the officers, and still smiling, creeping out even the policemen. On my own demand, I remained in police custody until I was completely cleared of any suspicion. The police found my fingerprints matching at 99% with those of a man named James Delphitt in their database, born in 1924 and deceased in 1997, without any way to explain it. Once released, I went to the cemetery and saw my own real and original grave. James Delpit. On the way to the exit, I saw the soulless version of Greg, now working as the keeper of the cemetery, smiling just like the others when they almost slaughtered me. I did not return to what I thought was my homeland, but I did not return to the people I thought were my family. If I am really soulless, chances are that I really killed Ronnie, and many others without any single memory of it. I can see them watching me, tracking me down relentlessly like a notorious criminal on which an international arrest warrant was placed. Now you know. The darkness, what is out there, what surrounds you. However, I always wondered if I am the only one in this situation. People just like you, going about their daily lives, and many just like you have a daily routine. What proof do you have of really being Robert, Mary, John, Jennifer, Patricia, David, or Michael? What proof do you have of really being human? As for me, I know for sure that I never made any hissing sounds or even split my face into two. So it means that I am real, don't you think? I am truly a human being, right? My name is Anthony, and I am a heroin addict. I have been for the past several years. My story isn't about my life of depravity and drug use throughout. It is about a facility called Harmony Hills. I'm not great at conveying things, but if I can save one soul from that wretched place, then I will consider my mission accomplished. I was 25 years old, and my life had completely fallen apart. I had no more job, no more girlfriend, and I was constantly on the brink of suicide. One day, after one of my multiple daily injections, I decided that I had to get better. Most people probably don't know this, but sometimes when addicts get high, they make these extravagant promises to themselves that they will never use drugs again. They're typically always wrong. I scoured the internet for rehab facilities near me. I found a couple of promising options and was ready to call them when I checked my email. Strangely enough, I had a message from a lady named Julie from a rehab called Harmony Hills. I hadn't told anyone about my recent drug use, so I'm not sure how anyone could have known to email me. I didn't think about it too much, though it could have been my parents' doing. My mother always seemed to know when I was struggling, like some parental sixth sense. I opened the email, and this is what it contained. Hello, Anthony. Are you sick and tired of your life of desperation? Are you ready for real change? Come to Harmony Hills, and we will help you become the person you were meant to be. We are a new recovery program, and we are ready to help you, free of charge. There was a phone number at the bottom. This almost seemed like it was too good to be true, and the email was kind of vague. I wasn't able to come up with any information on this Harmony Hills. There was no website, and really no information about it at all online. I had never heard of a program that was free of charge. But after another shot of dope, a familiar wave of peace came over me, and I decided to call the number. After one ring, a young lady answered.
Hello, Harmony Hill Admissions, where we strive to create a better you. This is Mary speaking.
Her voice sounded young and peppy. Hi, my name's Tony, and I was just calling about your program, and I kinda had some questions. The conversation went on for about 30 minutes, and I asked her all sorts of questions about the program and how in the world it could be free. She explained to me that there was apparently some billionaire who struggled with the same problems I did, and just wanted to help people. The program was 90 days, and she guaranteed me that by the end I would be a new person. Looking back on it, she was strangely pushy about it in a very subtle way. It's hard to explain. And she wouldn't really let me take no for an answer. But I was really too high at the time to notice. Her voice was comforting and reassuring, and she said all the right things. By the time the phone call ended, I had a scheduled transport ready to pick me up from my apartment in 3 days. 3 more days to get messed up, I thought. My family and I weren't exactly on speaking terms at the time, so I just sent them a quick text message telling them about this program I was going to, and I promised them I would get better. Though I had made that promise many times before, this genuinely felt different. Day 3 came, and I woke up to do my morning shot of dope to get myself out of bed. I checked my phone, and it was already 1 p.m. A surge of uncertainty came through me. Could I really do this? I really didn't want to have to go through withdrawal again. My ride was scheduled to get there at 2:30 p.m., and I heavily considered calling them to explain that I couldn't go through with it. It was too late, I thought. They're probably already on their way to get me. I nodded off for a while, and at 2:15, I heard a knock on my door. I opened it to find 2 large men dressed in white t-shirts and black jeans. They both towered above me at over 6 feet tall. One of the men was bald with a bushy beard, and the other had long, dirty blonde hair. "Hello. We are your ride to Harmony Hills." Great. I guess I had to go now. They both had this wide grin plastered to their face. They looked super fake. And their eyes. Something was empty in their eyes. "Hey, guys, yeah, I gotta do one thing." I stumbled into the bathroom to do one last shot of dope. I guess this is it, I thought to myself. After about 10 minutes, I wandered out of the bathroom, ready to go. Strangely, the 2 men looked like they hadn't moved an inch. They were still standing in front of my door with that creepy grin attached to their face. The car ride was long and boring. The 2 men hardly said a word, and we had been driving for hours. They hardly seemed to have any personality at all, and they never even mentioned their names. We made our way to a rest stop at a fast food restaurant. "This is our last stop before we get up to the mountains. There won't be any phone service or rest stops. Can I get you anything?" The large man with dirty blonde hair asked. Sure, I guess. I'll just take a large Coke." I didn't really have an appetite. "Perfect," he said, grinning as he exited the car and headed towards the building. He was in there about 5 or 10 minutes, and after a short, awkward silence, the one with the beard spoke. "I know you might be getting nervous, but Harmony Hills is an amazing place. You are really going to love it there. I did my 90 days, and it's the only place where I was able to make real change to myself. The only problem is the lack of women." He let out a forced laugh. Thanks, man. Yeah, I hope I can make it work this time." I stammered. Another couple of minutes went by, and the man came back with my Coke and a bag full of burgers and fries. "In case you get hungry." He smiled at me. Thank you. You really didn't have to do that," I replied, and he handed me my Coke. I took a long sip, and after a couple of minutes, I started getting dreary and felt my eyes start to close. When I woke up, we were in a huge tunnel that I had never seen before. "Where are we?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. We are up in the mountains now, my friend," the bearded one said with that sickly smile. The weird thing about the tunnel is that I didn't see a single other car the entire time we were in it, and the fact that we were in there for a full 30 minutes. I found it odd that I didn't even know that this giant tunnel existed at all. I peered out the window and found myself in a trance-like state, staring at the walls of the tunnel. It was so dark and pitch black. I imagined images of serpent-like creatures dancing on the wall and found myself drifting off again. This time, when I opened my eyes, I was greeted by bright sunshine and sprawling mountain forests. As we crept up the road, I saw a huge, white, hotel-like building in a clearing. If you've ever seen The Shining, it was not unlike that building, very large with a beautiful property. "Here we are," the bearded man said. We pulled into a small parking area at a smaller building that was adjacent to the big one. "This is the detox center. You'll be spending about a week here depending on your symptoms." I was starting to get the very initial feeling of withdrawal, a runny nose, depression. How long had we been driving for? I wondered. Withdrawal symptoms typically shouldn't start this soon. I thanked the men for driving me and headed into the smaller building. Greeting me was a middle-aged woman with curly hair, glasses, and that same unnatural grin on her face. I sat down and did an intake process with her that lasted about 20 minutes. They had me sign tons of paperwork that I didn't even have time to skim through while she spoke. She explained to me that my detox would last about 5 to 7 days, and then I would proceed to the next facility. There, they also made me hand in my phone, and 2 more men in white t-shirts came to search my belongings. Afterwards, she brought me into a room with 10 beds, all separated by 4-foot-high dividers. There was a person in each bed with an IV in their arm. Some were either resting, reading, or writing. She led me to one of the empty beds and told me to get some rest. I was starting to really feel the effects of withdrawal until a nurse came over and handed me several blue pills and some water. Now, I know my pills, and these are unlike any I've ever seen. I took them with slight reluctance and managed to doze off yet again. When I woke up, this time I noticed I had an IV in my arm, and somehow I was feeling pretty good. Usually at this point, a withdrawal would be in full effect. I guess whatever was in this IV was some pretty good stuff. I sat up in my bed and called over the divider to the person in the bed to the right of me. "Hey man, my name's Tony. Crazy place they got here, huh?" The person next to me turned out to be a young kid named Alex. He was skinny and kind of nerdy, with glasses and short, semi-curly black hair. "Yeah man, this place is insane. Hopefully it won't be too bad of an experience," he laughed. I knew I would like Alex right off the bat. He was a heroin junkie like me, and he seems to be a level-headed, intelligent, and a pretty modest guy. We talked for a while about who we were and a bit about how we got to this point, when a nurse came to remove the IVs. "Thank you," I said. The nurse smiled at me. After she was nearing the end of the row of beds, I turned to Alex. "It's really weird. I'd usually be sick as hell at this point, but I feel great. I feel like I don't need to be in this detox at all." "Yeah, me too. I don't know what's in these IVs, but I never heard of anything that makes withdrawal go away so effectively," he responds. After all our IVs were removed, me and a few of the other clients made our way across the room to another area with a TV and a couple couches. There, I met Brian, a 32-year-old meth addict, Ben, a 55-year-old alcoholic, and 2 more heroin addicts. Matt, 34 years old, and Travis, 25. For some reason, it seemed us heroin addicts got along with each other best, and we quickly formed a little group. Me, Alex, Matt, and Travis. We started getting to know each other and ended up comfortable enough to start joking around. Matt was an engineer and had a wife back at home. He was around 5'10" and, like Alex, was very smart. Travis was around 5'8" and was definitely more of a street kid. He talked about getting into fights and selling drugs. Alex ended up being 19 years old, 5'9", and was already studying to become a doctor. heroin really can trap anyone into its grasp. It doesn't matter who you are or what you do. Those days at Detox were very relaxing. We didn't have much to do besides joke around, eat, and watch TV. I was beginning to feel really good about the future, and I felt comfortable with my new group of friends. One thing I did notice, though, was that none of the people I spoke with were on speaking terms with their families at all, or didn't have any family altogether. The way the program worked was with a grouping system. A group of people went to Detox and then sent to the main facility at the same time. The people that were there for 0 to 30 days were called caterpillars and did separate activities and meetings. 30 to 75 were called cocoons, also to separate activities and meetings. And 75 to 90 were called butterflies. Pretty lame, I thought, but I was happy I would get to stay with the people I met at Detox for my whole stay. The next that happened was a meeting with our assigned therapist to give us an overview of the program and chat a bit about ourselves. This is when I started to notice that something was wrong. My therapist's name was Jeff. Jeff was a shorter guy and had a white button-up shirt with a black tie. He had a calm but firm demeanor and almost seemed like a cross between a nerd and an army sergeant. He began by handing me a schedule. The program itself seemed pretty straightforward. A typical day went something like this. 8 to 8:15, wake up. 8:15 to 9, breakfast. 9 to 10:30, group therapy or a film on addiction. 10:30 to 12, art therapy. 12 to 12:30, lunch. 12:30 to 1, free time. 1 to 2, guest speaker. 2 to 3:30, spiritual wellness group. 3:30 to 5:30, free time. 5:30 to 6:30, dinner. 6:30 to 8, free time. 8 to 8:45, reflections group. 8:45 to 10, meditation, prayer, wind down time, free time. 10 o'clock, lights out. This was all pretty average, but my conversation with Jeff was anything but. Initially, he asked pretty basic questions. He asked about my family life, what my drug of choice was, what my hobbies were. And then, out of nowhere, "Do you like the smell of blood?" This caught me off guard. I never really thought of it. I guess the smell is neutral to me, I responded. He smiled and assured me that it was all just a personality assessment. He didn't ask all the strange questions at once. It was like we'd been having a normal conversation, then all of a sudden he'd ask me, "Do you get satisfaction from hurting small animals?" This time I responded with a firm hell no. I didn't really know what to make of the whole thing. I left the office and found my way back to the main area in Detox. There, I found Travis sitting in his bed. "Dude, did you meet with your therapist yet?" I asked. He looked at me with wide eyes and whispered, "Yeah, man. What the hell's up with that? Was that some weird test or something?" "So, he asked you those weird questions too?" I replied. We went on and were eventually joined by Alex and Matt, who had similar experiences. At our final day of Detox, we split up into groups of 5, and 2 peers that had been there 30 to 75 days, cocoons, took each group on a tour of the main facility. Our tour guide was named Brian. He didn't tell us much about himself. The only thing I noticed about him was the dark circles under his eyes. He looked sullen, and maybe even a bit scared. The place itself was beautiful. They showed us the kitchen, the dining hall, the study rooms, the rooms we were going to be doing meetings in. They had a gym, a meditation room, and even a sauna. The sleeping quarters were on the left side of the building, and each person had their own personal room that contained a desk for writing, a dresser, a nightstand with an alarm clock, and a bed. They were pretty small, but it seemed nice that we all got our own rooms and didn't have to share. The property was the most amazing part. There was about a mile-long trail that made a huge circle around the buildings, and even through some of the wooded areas that surround it. Passing by some of the other clients, I noticed that all of them had the same sullen expression that Brian did. This did disconcert me. I turned to Alex, who was in my tour group. "Dude, it looks like everyone here wants to die," I whispered to him, half joking. He seemed more worried about it than I did. "Yeah, man. I don't know what's up with that. I don't like it, though." I spoke up to our tour guide, Brian. Excuse me. When did we get to use our phones? They took mine at detox." "Phones are not permitted until you reach butterfly stage," he stated. After the tour, Brian took us back to the detox, where we spent our final evening there. Myself, Alex, Matt, and Travis grouped together in the TV room. Travis spoke up first. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but I kind of want to get away from this place." We all nodded our heads. Matt decided to go to the front desk. We all followed him. He walked up to the lady with curly hair. "Excuse me, ma'am. I'm not going to stay in this place. I'm getting a ride home." She smiled at him. "I'm sorry, sir, but that is just not possible." Matt started to get upset. "Look, I just want to get the hell out of here, okay? I'm going to find a different rehab. I just don't want to be at this place." Two of the large men in white t-shirts slowly crept behind him and put their hands on Matt's shoulder. "You look like you need to rest, sir. Why don't you have a seat on your bed?" "No, I don't need to rest. I need to get the hell out of this place." Matt was starting to raise his voice. All of a sudden, a nurse sneaks behind him and jabbed a syringe into his arm. His body went limp as the two large men grabbed him before he fell to the floor. Travis started going insane. "You can't do this," he screamed and started marching towards the two men holding Matt. He had his fists up and looked ready to brawl. All of a sudden, two more, then 6 men in white surrounded us. I have no idea where they all came from. They were grinning. Travis stopped dead in his tracks. You can't do this." The lady with curly hair spoke up. "If you would all please head back to your beds. We're going to be going to sleep early tonight." I turned around and saw the rest of the patients from the detox staring at us. We made our ways to our beds. I shot Alex a quick glance, and his eyes met mine. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. What the hell had we gotten ourselves into? A nurse came and handed us all 2 blue pills and some water, and she didn't leave until she made sure we took them. She even had us open our mouths to check under our tongues and our cheeks to make sure we weren't hiding them. The men in white stood like soldiers staring at us, until one by one, we all passed out. That was our final night at detox. We were all awoken at 7:30 a.m. by more men in white, and we were told that we were being taken to our respective rooms in the main building and to bring our belongings. I grabbed my bag, and we all followed the men. Everyone was silent. I peeked and glanced at Matt, and he looked dazed. He was staring at the ground, and would stumble slightly every couple of steps. I was shown to my room, number 212, on the 2nd floor, and was told to unpack my things and then to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Soon after I started to unpack, I heard screaming. "I can't take it anymore. Please let me go." I rushed out of my room to see one of the clients that I didn't recognize with 2 men in white on top of him. One had his arm in some sort of wrist lock, and the other was holding his legs down. I went back into my room, but kept the door slightly ajar so I could listen. "You're going to have to calm down," one of the men said. He started sobbing. "Please, I just want to see my parents. Please, I can't take it anymore." There was more sobbing, and then everything went silent. After 3 or 4 minutes, I crept back into the hallway. Everyone was gone. I noticed that there was a small folded-up piece of paper on the ground where all the commotion took place. I quickly stuck it in my pocket, and then rushed to finish unpacking. When I was done, it was 8 a.m. I looked at my schedule. 15 more minutes until breakfast. I reached into my pocket and unfolded the paper. This is what was on it. Rules for survival. Don't ever leave your room from 2:30 a.m. to 3 a.m., no matter what. Never veer off the trail that goes around the buildings, and never explore the far ends of the grounds off the trail. If someone comes to your door at night while you're trying to sleep, do not let them in, no matter what they say. They will try and convince you to come out. If you hear scratching at night, do not investigate. Stay in your room until it passes. One day during your stay, you will receive a tape on the desk in your room. You must watch it. The day will come randomly, and it happens to everyone. There is a man that appears in the meditation room at 3:15 a.m. every night for around 15 minutes. It is not known who or what he is, but I believe he is friendly. Never talk back to staff. Never look the owner in the eye for longer than 10 seconds. Never do any drugs that you are offered or find here. Sometimes random people or other peers will offer them to you. Do not take them. It is very rare, but I've heard of people waking up in the basement with no recollection of how they got there. Do not shine a light. You will have to feel your way out to the stairs in the dark. Do not interact with anyone or anything you find down there. Once you climb up the stairs, you will pass out and find yourself in your room again. If a man named Dr. Jacobs leaves a note on your door telling you to meet him in office 203, do not go. Just skip it. Never go into room 217. Never try to run away. You will pass out at some point and wake up in your room, and that's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, the creatures in the woods will get you. If you do somehow manage to make it far enough out of the grounds, do not trust anyone offering to give you a ride. If you meet the man with no face, he may seem helpful or trustworthy. He is not. Do not interact with him. Try to stay in good physical shape. It seems that people tend to wither away if they're stagnant in this place. The staff never go near the sauna. They won't be able to hear you there. Do not be tardy to anything. Do not give them a reason to mistrust you. At the bottom were the words scrawled. You can make it out of this. You will see your family again. I studied the note several times. What the hell was this? I shuddered. The note creeped me out, but it also confused the hell out of me. I decided that I would show it to Alex during breakfast. I had to show it to someone. I checked the clock, and it was 8:12. I didn't have much time. I sprinted down the stairs to the dining hall. I made it to the dining hall, right at 8:15 on the dot. I scanned the area to search for Alex, and I noticed that there were men in white walking up and down each aisle. The dining hall itself had 3 large sections. Caterpillars, 0 to 30 days, were in one area closest to the door. Then the cocoons, 30 to 75 days, were in the middle. And finally, the butterflies, 75 to 90 days, were in the back corner. In total, There were about 60 people, 20 caterpillars, 30 cocoons, and 10 butterflies. I soon discovered Alex sitting at a table with just Matt and Travis. I cautiously walked over and sat down. Alex looked on the verge of tears. Matt was staring off straight at the wall and still looked pretty zonked out, and Travis had his eyes fixed on the ground with his hands clenched into fists. Our silence was tense and awkward until Travis spoke up.
Guys, we gotta get the hell out of here.
Alex broke down crying.
We're trapped. There's no way out.
There was a moment of stillness, and I shifted my eyes upwards. I noticed that one of the men in white had stopped several feet from our table. I whispered to them urgently. Look, guys, we can't talk about this here. They're listening. But I think there might be a place we can. We'll meet during free time. The rest of lunch was quiet, and the hall was filled with anxious energy. A few words were uttered around the room, but it was mostly silent. Some of the other peers also got up to get their meals, but none of us were hungry, so we just sat there, peeled to our chairs, waiting to see what would happen next. 5 minutes before 9 a.m., a voice boomed over the room.
Split up and head to groups.
We were gathered by the men in white, and I followed the caterpillar group into a room with a circle of chairs and a large television. A tall, skinny man with lanky arms and glasses walked to the center of the area. We all took a seat, and for a moment, everything was still. Good day, friends. Today we will be viewing a film on how our choices may lead us to dark places, he said. Something about his voice sounded all off. It almost sounded like a pre-recorded message playing out of a tape recorder, kind of staticky and robotic. I also noticed his lips were very slightly out of sync with the words that were spoken. Everything went dark, and the TV illuminated the room. On the screen flashed pictures of people overdosed, dead with needles in their arms. There were images and videos of people committing suicide by cutting and hanging themselves. Mutilated corpses and people smiling with their skin flayed off. There was even a 5-minute section of someone horribly abusing what seems to be their spouse and her begging him to stop. I was mortified, and I looked away from the screen, only to meet eyes with a man in white with a clipboard. He smiled at me, then wrote something down. I quickly discovered that they were keeping notes on who was and wasn't watching. Every time someone even closed their eyes for too long, this guy on the clipboard somehow knew. I had to endure the rest of the film. The lights eventually came on, and before I could even gather myself, that same booming voice filled the room.
Next group.
We were again quickly ushered into another room. This room had a long table with paint, paintbrushes, and paper in front of each chair. It was led by a woman that could only be described as what a witch would look like. She had a large, pointy nose and a constant scowl. Her voice had the same scratchy tape recorder-like effect to it, and half of her face seems to droop down. She told us to paint what we believed our death will feel like. At this point, my heart was beating out of my chest. I was pouring down sweat, and I was so dizzy, I felt like I could faint. I grabbed the red paintbrush and began making jagged red lines with black dots throughout. The witch lady made long laps around the table every so often, whispering in someone's ear or grabbing their paper and tearing it to shreds, screaming at them to start over. I glanced at Alex, and he was shaking uncontrollably, eyes like a wild animal, as he tried to steady his hand enough to paint anything on his paper. Eventually, the lady made it to me,
and whispered, "No one will notice when you die." And she spat on my paper. The group ended, and we were hustled back into the dining hall for lunch. I sat at a random table and stared straight at the ground, not even glancing at my peers the entire time. I knew I had to make it out of here somehow. After lunch, there was a period of free time. I found Alex, Matt, and Travis and told them to follow me immediately, and we headed down to the sauna. The sauna was located in the far corner of the lower right wing of the building. When we got there, I scanned the area for any men in white, but I didn't see a single person. I opened the door and ordered them inside. "Guys, I don't know what the hell is going on in this place, but you have to look at this note I found. I think it's really important, and I think we need to follow its rules to stay safe," I stammered. Travis spoke up. "I don't care about your note. I'm running away from here the second I have a chance." "No," I yelled. "You can't do that. Just, please, read it." There was a moment of silence. I reached into my pocket and handed the note over. Alex grabbed it, and they huddled around him. For a full 10 minutes, they stared at the note, reading it over and over. Alex slowly handed it back to me. I spoke up. "Look, I don't know what this place is, or who these people are, but we're going to get out of here. We just have to follow these rules, go to all of their sick groups, and we will come up with a plan." They all seemed unsure of what to do, but we eventually agreed to keep our heads down until we could figure something out. We left the sauna and rushed back to the main area to make it to the next group on time. This group was led by a man with a scraggly beard and large bags under his eyes. His voice almost sounded human. He spoke to us about how he used to be addicted to meth, and how he would get high and stalk women just to scare them and their families. Then he stated how, after he came to Harmony Hills, his life changed, and he is his true self now. Next was a group led by a man in a dark black cloak that also had the tape recorder voice. He dimmed the lights and told us about ancient gods in the cosmos that brought unfathomable suffering to living beings. He drew symbols on our foreheads with black powder and had us recite chants in some strange language. There was always at least 5 to 6 large men in white with us in these groups, waiting on the outskirts of the room. They would either be taking notes or grinning at us, ready to strike anyone down that disobeyed. Finally, there were a couple hours of free time, and Alex and Matt decided it would be a good idea to scope out the exterior of the building to get an idea of how we could escape. We made sure to stay on the trail that looped around the grounds as the rules for survival suggested. The trail was actually very long and dipped into the woods quite a bit. As we walked, one of our other peers that we were in detox with previously booked it off of the trail into the forest. After about a minute, we heard one quick scream, a loud, tearing sound, and then silence. I made a vow right then to follow these rules no matter what. We went to dinner and actually ate the food this time. We were all going to do our best not to do or say anything incriminating. After dinner, we spent the rest of our free time scouring the building for any clues on how we could escape. On one of the upper floors on the right wing, there was a long hallway of all locked doors. I figured there had to be something inside one of those that could help us. There were always men in white walking the halls and checking on everyone, and we had no idea if there were hidden cameras throughout the building. We determined the only safe place to speak freely were either the sauna or the trail.
The final group of the day was the Reflections group. The caterpillars were all joined in one room, and we went around in a circle and were told to reflect on how we could improve our recovery. This group was only led by peers, but obviously also had several men in white looking over us. I said some generic answer like, I need to focus on bettering myself and completing my goals, or something like that. Every single person in that room also had the same kind of generic answer that I did. We all looked like trapped and abused animals, spouting off whatever would make the men in white happy. There was a bit more free time before bed, and we were all exhausted. We went back to the sauna. It seemed Matt had finally come to his senses because he came up with the idea that I should write copies of the rules, so we all could have one. I scrawled down at least 7 more of those notes and handed them to Alex, Travis, and Matt, and kept a couple extras for myself. We didn't really have any sort of plan yet. The only real idea was from Travis. He said if we could get enough people to join them, then we could start a riot and kill the men in white and the other staff, and make it out of here somehow. Not the best plan, considering we had no clue how many staff there were, and we had no idea what was out in those forests. I went up to my room and lied down. I thought about how I didn't see any cars in the parking lot, and wondered where all the staff were sleeping. There seems to be so many all over the place all the time. It had to be somewhere. As I was drifting off, I thought about my parents and my ex-girlfriend, until I eventually fell asleep. I had a dream that I was chasing a snake through a field. I was terrified of what was around me, but I kept my eyes peeled on the snake, following its every movement. Suddenly, I jolted awake out of bed, to the sounds of furious scratching at my door. My eyes were wide open, and I could audibly hear my heart thumping in my chest. After only about another second, it stopped. I turned on my light and waited.
Anthony, honey, are you in here? I've come to take you home. Come out here, quick.
It was my mom. How did she find me? I rushed to the door and began to turn the knob. Then right as it began to open, I froze. The rules. If someone comes to your door at night, do not let them in, no matter what they say. I stayed in that position for a full minute until I slowly shut the door and walked backwards back to my bed. I stood there for a moment, and then I heard a faint sound of what sounded like a child cackling, and then an animal skittering off. I laid awake in my bed the rest of the night, but there were no more sounds. It went on like this for a few days. Myself, Alex, Matt, and Travis surveyed the grounds and tried to come up with a plan. The groups were always horrible and disturbing. We kept watching sick, morbid films, doing strange, dark art projects while getting screamed at, being told more about these ancient cosmic entities, and surrendering our will to them, amongst other terrible things. We even had a group where they would pick one of our peers out seemingly at random, and make the rest of us yell at them and berate them. If we didn't do what they told us to do, then we would be forced into submission holds and be given injections from the nurses. Occasionally, they would grab one of us and forcibly drag us to a place everyone called the box. If that person came back from the box, he was never the same again. I wasn't exactly sure what the box was, but I prayed I would never have to find out. Travis tried to form a group of us to fight back, but everyone seemed so resigned. They would just ignore him or tell him that he had to complete the program. I was having constant nightmares at that point, and I felt my sanity slipping from me. We all started to lose weight. It seems the food they fed us didn't do much to sustain anyone. On day 6, something broke in Matt. We were in an art therapy group where we had to create sculptures out of various animal parts. The witch lady was making her usual menacing laps about the table. But when she got to Matt, she ended up staying extra long, whispering to him. What she actually said, I will never know. But his face went completely pale. We made it to lunch, and Matt wouldn't speak a word. Though we couldn't say much around the men in white anyway, we typically at least would talk about something innocuous. Travis tried to console him. Dude, are you alright? We can make it through this by just trying to be strong. Matt glanced at him, but didn't utter a word. Instead, he slowly stood up, and then suddenly lunged at one of the men in white with a pencil that he pulled out from his waistband. He stuck the pencil right into the side of the man's neck, and a small fountain of blood erupted. Travis stood up to defend himself, but just moments later, the dining hall was littered with the men in white. They were like locusts. The one who got stabbed didn't even scream. He just turned his body, faced Matt, and formed a huge, malicious smile. 5 men were on Matt in a matter of seconds, and one grabbed Travis, forcing him back into his seat. The men were all gleefully giggling as they carried Matt's thrashing body out of the dining hall. The man with the pencil in his neck just sauntered into another room without even removing it. The whole room fixed its eyes on us. Alex broke out in tears, and Travis sat there with his hands on his face and elbows on the table for the rest of lunch. Afterward, we headed out of the dining hall into a common area. The man with long, lanky arms and glasses, who ran the first groups of the day, stopped us before we could sit down. The owner would like to speak with all of you. Head up to the top floor, and you will be escorted to his office. He smiled. His eyes looked predatory and excited. We didn't say a word. I think we were all still in shock. When we arrived at the top floor, a man in white brought us to the hallway with locked rooms and had us sit on some chairs that were outside one of the doors. I subtly managed to grab Alex and Travis's attention and whispered, "Don't look him in the eyes." After only a minute or so, the door opened, and we were beckoned in by a deep, groaning voice. "Come in, please. Come in." We all had our eyes glued to the floor as we tentatively walked into the room, but I managed to get a peek at our surroundings. The office actually looked pretty normal. It had a large, brown, worn couch and black table with papers and a laptop on it. It sort of looked like a high school principal's office. There was also a wide file cabinet pressed into the corner of the room, with a stand carrying several vials of unknown liquid on top. We all sat on the couch, keeping our heads fixed down at our laps. "It has come to my attention that an acquaintance of yours has caused somewhat of a disruption in our community." His voice was raspy and guttural. It sounded almost strained, and I could feel his eyes burning into me. Alex was the first one to respond. Sir, we don't know what got into him, but we sincerely apologize for his behavior. Please, we don't want to cause any further disruption." He let out a thunderous laugh that shook the room. "I can taste the fear in you, child. But you mustn't fret. Your friend has been sent to a psychiatric care facility, where he will be treated respectfully. I am not here to hurt you. I am here to help you fulfill your potential. But I must be certain there will not be another incident." I knew this was nonsense, and rage filled my body. "You're going to kill him," I screamed out. I didn't even realize the words had escaped my mouth until it was too late. He let out another roaring laugh.
Look at me.
The owner shouted. I felt my head shoot up before I had a chance to resist. He was an older man, skin stretched right across his face. He had white hair with a long ponytail resting across his body. His arms were frail and skinny, and at first he didn't look nearly as imposing as I thought he would. That was until I met his eyes. They were glowing black and had an unnatural shine to them. As I stared, I heard the desperate screams and cries of people being tortured. I heard my parents crying, and all of a sudden, I was in a different room entirely. It was a completely empty gray cement room with a single mirror on the wall. I sat there for a couple seconds, too terrified to move. I searched the area and eventually, cautiously, made my way to the mirror. When I looked at the reflection, it seemed I was somehow a child again. I had my old pajamas on that I had when I was a kid, and I looked as though I hadn't eaten or slept in days. I was confused and terrified. I didn't know what to do. I started screaming and frantically feeling the walls for any sort of way out of this prison. Eventually, I just fell on the ground, sobbing. I cried for what felt like hours until the tears ran dry. I started rapidly breathing and noticed myself starting to slip into a panic attack when I felt a sharp pain on my foot. I turned my head, and somehow I was back in the owner's office, staring at Travis. I was shaking, completely bewildered as to what had just happened. The owner let out yet another of his deafening laughs. I sense that there will be no more issues. You all may leave now. Travis and Alex stood up, and Travis grabbed my arm and pulled me to the door. We made our way down the hallway and to the stairs. What happened? I managed to stammer out. You looked at his face, dude. I had to do something, Travis said. But what did you do? I don't know what's going on. Is this real? He noticed my confusion, and we all stopped. No, man. You started looking at him and wouldn't look away. So after like 6 or 7 seconds, I stomped on your foot, he said. I didn't know what else to say, so we just quietly made our way back down to the dining hall. When we arrived, there were only minutes left until the next group. That night, as I lay in bed, my mother's voice came to my door again. She berated me, telling me I was a failure that was going to die a junkie, and then laughed at me until morning. Matt didn't come back the next day, or the day after that. The situation was becoming dire, but we were all too paralyzed with fear to do anything about it. The groups were starting to take a bigger toll on my mental health as well, and I was having night terrors constantly. I would wake up screaming only to realize where I was, and an overwhelming sense of dread would come over me. Every now and then, people would get taken away from breaking the rules. They were either sent to the box, or were never seen again. Some people even took their chances and ran into the forest, but I am certain that most, if not all of them, died. During my free time, I started keeping a journal of the atrocities I was enduring, and would write letters to my family, hoping that one day they would see them. I had no idea how much time had passed at this point, and I slowly began resigning myself to whatever fate was designed for the ones who finished this horrifying program. As my hope started dying, my relationship with Alex and Travis started dwindling as well. none of us really spoke much to each other, or anyone else for that matter. It took the death of another one of my peers to reignite the fire for survival in me once again. His name was Danny, and he was a young kid. I couldn't have been over 18. He had long brown hair swept to the side of his face, and he had an innocence about him that remained even after it had been lost in the rest of us. We were in one of our spirituality groups, and the leader of the group, the tall, menacing, robed man, loomed over us with his malevolent aura. On that particular day, we had just been lectured about a certain ancient god whose name I cannot begin to pronounce, and how he would reveal himself with the demand of a sacrifice. He left the room, and we all stared at each other with fearful anticipation. After 5 minutes or so, he came back with a brown box that was closed shut, and he had us begin to recite a selection of chants in a strange language. He then made a circle in black powder and urged us to continue chanting, while he slowly reached his hands into the box. Right as he pulled it out, I heard a scream.
No, you can't do this.
It was Danny. The robed man had pulled out a small puppy, who couldn't have been over a year old, out from the box. Danny started to charge the man, but the men in white were on him quickly.
You weak child. Now you will be the main attraction to our special guest.
Danny was sobbing. Everyone in the room froze.
Do not stop the ritual,
the robed man yelled.
Then bring the boy to me.
We all continued the chant hesitantly. The men in white grabbed Danny and forced him to his knees in front of the black circle. The man then pulled out a ceremonial knife from out of his robe. Danny was bawling and struggling, but was no match for the men holding him down. The rest of us just continued our chant, terrified of what was about to come.
Let this innocent soul be your gateway to our universe,
the robed man said. He then slit the throats of the puppy. There was a quick yelp, and blood sprayed over Danny's face. Before anyone else could react, there were sparks jumping out of the black circle, and dark shades of blue and purple dancing above it. A crack formed seemingly right out of thin air, and a giant tentacle shot into the room. It slithered and swatted, knocking pictures off the wall and breaking chairs. A large red eye appeared in the center of us, staring at everyone with intense hatred. All of a sudden, the tentacle latched onto Danny's face and dragged him through the crack. Everyone was still. The monster was gone, and the cracks disappeared along with Danny. The robed man let out a smile, and the men in white hastily escorted us out of the room. It all happened so fast. I felt my anger growing inside me. I ran outside and onto the trail. I kept going and going, trying to burn off that intense fury. I stumbled onto the ground and broke down, sobbing. I wanted to be back home. I wanted to see my mom. I wanted a life again. I had to think of something. There had to be some way out of this place. I reached into my pocket and grabbed the list of rules. I read over them slowly to see if there were any clues. The only thing that stood out was the man in the meditation room. Maybe he could help me. Whoever wrote this note thought he was friendly. I made a plan to sneak out of my room right at 3 a.m. to go talk to him alone. The rest of that day went by slowly. I basically just zoned out during the groups and didn't speak with anyone. Eventually, I made it to lights out and went up to my bedroom. I knew I had to do something to keep myself preoccupied so I wouldn't doze off, so I started pacing and doing sit-ups and push-ups. 12 a.m. came along, and I heard the familiar scratching at my door. Whatever was on the other side of the door was using my childhood best friend's voice to try and entice me to exit the room, but I wasn't falling for it.
Tony, it's me, dude. It's Zach. Come on. I'm coming to get you the hell out of here.
Yeah, right, I thought. I don't know what the creature had in mind for me if I did open up, but there was no way I was going to find out. Finally, it was 2:30 a.m., and I began mentally preparing myself to sneak down to the meditation room. I knew I couldn't leave until right at 3 a.m., because the rules stated to never exit your room from 2:30 to 3 a.m. I also had to figure out the best way to sneak past the guards at night, if there were any. Right at 3 a.m. on the dot, I slowly opened my door and crept out into the hallway. There was an incredibly ominous feeling to the building this late at night. I slightly crouched down and made my way to the stairs. I heard some commotion near the bottom of the stairs, so I kept still. I peered down and saw a couple men in white presumably taking laps to see if anyone was sneaking around. They seemed to avoid the actual hallways where all the clients' rooms were, probably because there were evil creatures scampering around at night, trying to trick us into letting them into our rooms. I made my way to the bottom of the stairs and then dashed into one of the lounge areas. I hid behind a couch until I heard their footsteps grow quiet. Thank God no one heard me, because I thought I was being loud in the silence of the night. The meditation room was closed now. I gently walked down the hall and opened the door. I made it. I couldn't tell what time it was, but I figured that it only took me about 5 minutes to get there. I grabbed a meditation pillow and sat down. I was wondering what this guy would be like. No one was friendly at Harmony Hills, so I was a bit reluctant to think someone would actually try and help me. I leaned back against the wall, and for a moment, I lost myself in thought.
Hello, friend.
That startled me out of my trance. I didn't even see or hear anyone walk in. This guy just suddenly appeared there. He looked like an old man, maybe in his 60s or 70s. He had dark brown skin and long black hair that he had tied in a bun. He was also very skinny and was wearing a slight grin. His smile did not seem malevolent, though, like the men in white had. It was actually very endearing. It might have been the first person I've seen wearing an authentic smile in weeks. Hi. My name's Anthony, and I really need your help. This place and these people torture us, and I need to escape. I don't know what to do, and I don't think I can survive here much longer. Please, can you help me? I responded frantically, but all he did was patiently smile and wait for me to finish.
You must clear your mind before you can escape, my friend. Come, sit with me and breathe.
Look, I really don't have time for this. Do you know a way out of here or not? He seemed way too relaxed, though at this point I didn't even know if he was actually a human or some other being. But I wasn't having it. I needed some form of hope, or I was going to go insane.
You're in a mental prison, as well as a physical one, my friend. After you are free from your mental prison, you will be able to break out of the physical. Now sit with me and breathe. The answers will come to those who seek it.
I almost got up and left right then. But something about his genuine smile made me humor him. Okay, so after I sit with you and breathe, then you'll tell me.
After you sit with me, you will tell yourself.
He laughed. I sighed. Okay, I guess I'll just have to sit with this guy, I reasoned. I pulled up my pillow, so I was sitting next to him, and crossed my legs and closed my eyes. I started focusing on my breath, saying in on the inhale and out on the exhale. I actually had learned to meditate from a friend when I was trying to get clean from drugs years ago, so I somewhat knew what I was doing. After a couple of minutes of breathing, I completely lost myself. I was floating in the cosmos and felt the barriers of my body evaporate. I lost all concept of time. It was like this guy somehow drastically enhanced my meditation from just being next to him. At one point, I kept seeing images of people back in hunter-gatherer times. They were hunting by running animals down to exhaustion. I kept seeing different people running and hunting. And then, out of nowhere, I heard the light ding of a singing bowl. I opened my eyes, and the room was empty. I quickly stood up, alarmed. I had no idea how much time had passed. For all I knew, it was morning, and the men in white would have seen that I wasn't in bed. I snuck out of the meditation room and saw that it was still dark. I quietly made my way back to my room and laid down. Well, that was an experience, I thought. But it didn't really get me anywhere. I reflected on the man's words. He said I first had to escape my mental prison before I could escape the physical. So that would mean more meditation. I didn't really see how that could get me out of here. I opened up my list of rules. One of the last rules stated to stay in good physical shape. In my meditation, I kept seeing images of hunter-gatherers. Maybe exercise would help me. I started feeling my eyes grow heavy, and I fell asleep. From then on, I began exercising every day and seeing the meditation man during the nights. Slowly, my mind and body became stronger, and I was able to withstand the groups. Even the nightmares began to dissipate. I tried to get Alex and Travis to sneak to the meditation room with me, but they seemed too far gone at that point. They would tell me I just had to finish the program, and everything would get better. It was sad to see them that way. I knew that nothing good would come after finishing the program. The days flew by, and the groups weren't bothering me at all. I was able to zone out during them and do what they told me to do without having any mental attachment to it, if that makes sense. And I was getting into great shape. Though all that would come to an end soon. One day, 2 men in white came up to me, Alex, Travis, and whoever was left from our old detox group, and told us we were moving on to cocoon phase. And that is when I began my experience with a whole new kind of hell. Later that night, I made my normal trip to the meditation room. I was used to getting greeted by the man's beaming smile, but tonight was different. He almost looked a bit solemn.
I have come to grow fond of you,
he spoke.
They say attachment leads to suffering, but it is not to be avoided like a disease. It is within our suffering that we create meaning.
He took a deep breath and continued.
Your next journey in this hell will test you more than anything you have endured so far. It breaks even the strongest of minds.
You will need help to get through it intact. I felt scared. I couldn't imagine it getting any worse than it already was. I was just getting used to being able to withstand the groups, and now it was going to get even harder. Well, when am I going to be able to escape here? I don't know if I can handle any more abuse. I responded in a somewhat aggressive tone, which I regretted. I knew this man or entity or whatever was only trying to help me and didn't deserve any malice. You are not ready to escape. When you are ready, you will know. I will assist you when I am able, but you must look for the signs. He spoke in his same peaceful tone. I sighed. At this point, this guy was the only thing that gave me any sort of hope. I really had to trust him. We began our nightly meditation, but this time it was difficult to get myself calm. I had racing thoughts about what horrible things would inevitably occur during the cocoon phase. Eventually, I heard that familiar ding of the singing bowl, and I opened my eyes to an empty area. I snuck out to my room, which, at this point, I had gotten really good at, and I lied down. The rest of the night was silent, and I fell asleep with ease. I woke up that morning covered in sweat. I must have had a nightmare, but I couldn't remember any details about it. My alarm clock hadn't gone off yet, so I just laid in bed for a little while. I was wondering what would happen to me during the cocoon phase. I even kind of laughed to myself purely out of the absurdity of my situation. Why the hell were these people getting off on torturing us? There must have been some insane reason. I reflected on Danny, and I grew bitter. What was that awful monster that pulled him through the crack in the air? It almost seemed like the robed man's ritual summons that beast from a different dimension or something. After a bit more pondering, I heard my alarm clock go off, and I made my way to the dining hall for breakfast. I sat at a random table with people I hadn't spoken a word to ever, and we all ate silently. I scanned the dining hall, and I noticed that Travis and Alex were sitting at separate tables. They both had gotten large bags under their eyes, and they looked very frail and skinny. I wanted to help them. I had to at least convince one of them to meet the meditation men and start exercising with me. I decided that Travis would probably be the easiest to convince. I got up and sat in an empty chair next to him. Meet me at the start of the trail during free time. I didn't even wait for a response. I just got up and went back to my original table. Then, right as I finished my food, I heard a familiar voice. Group time. A large group of men in white gathered everyone in the cocoon phase, and we all walked upstairs to the same row of locked doors that myself, Alex, Matt, and Travis had found a while back when we were exploring the grounds. There were around 40 of us, including the men in white, so we hardly even fit in the long hallway. One of the men reached out into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys. He went to the far room and unlocked the door. 10 of you at a time. You know the drill, he said. 5 men in white ushered 10 of my peers into the room, and 5 men in white stood behind us. I happened to be towards the middle of the group, so I didn't have to go in at first, but some of my peers had to be physically forced into the room. Some of them were even crying and shaking, but no one was pleading with them or begging them to stop. We stood restlessly in the hallway for a full hour, until the door opened up again. First, the men in white walked out with wide grins on their faces, and then the patients came out. We all had to press up against the walls so they could pass. All of them walked slowly with their heads down, staring at the ground, and not saying a word. I happened to see Alex as he passed me. His eyes were wide, and he had a terrified expression on his face. The same 5 men in white then escorted me and 9 other patients into the room. I don't know exactly what I expected, but it certainly wasn't this. The room was huge and only lit with a dim purple light. There were 10 large pools filled with water on the ground, all of which were all right next to one another. "Line up," one of the men in white yelled. Everyone quickly formed a line behind me. One of the men in white went to the corner of the room, where a bouquet of large purple and yellow flowers was sitting in a vase on a chair. He pulled one of the flowers out. "Kneel down," he commanded me. I knew I could not do anything to stop him, so I complied with his demand. He then plucked a petal off and had me open my mouth, and he placed the petal on my tongue. It dissolved almost immediately, and another man in white came up behind me and blindfolded me. Next, he lifted me up like I weighed nothing and placed me into one of the pools. "Lie down." I laid in the pool, and I found that I was floating. I suddenly knew what this was. This was some sort of sensory deprivation tank. As for the flowers, I had no idea, but I had actually been in a sensory deprivation tank before. Though they usually had a lid to prevent any light from getting in, this time I had a blindfold on. For a couple minutes, I really didn't know what the big deal was. I actually really enjoyed sensory deprivation tanks, and I didn't think lying in one for an hour would be that bad. Then the hallucinations started. At first, it wasn't too bad. I would see glowing geometric patterns, but they were all asymmetrical and out of place. If you've ever done DMT, it was similar to that, except the patterns were all out of place and were harsh colors. It began to burn my eyes. I was about to tear my blindfold off because it was hurting so badly when I found that I couldn't move my body. I started to panic. I couldn't even open my eyes in the blindfold. The patterns started getting more jagged, and it felt like they were piercing through my eyes. Eventually, my whole body felt like it was on fire. It kept hurting more and more. I thought I was going to die. I didn't know a human could experience so much pain without dying. It kept going and going until the patterns morphed into daggers of glowing light that jabbed into my eyes. I had to do something before I completely lost my mind. In a moment of clarity, I thought of the meditation man. I tried to focus on my breath, but it seemed impossible. I would get a couple of breaths in and then lose my focus because of the intense pain. After what felt like hours had passed, I felt someone grab my arm and drag me out. My blindfold was torn off, and I saw that it was one of the men in white. I still couldn't move, so I laid there while the men in white dragged everyone else out of their respective pools. He then physically opened my mouth and placed one of the yellow flower's petals on my tongue. Right away, I felt all my limbs come to life. I could move again. I slowly stood up, and the men in white threw us all towels to dry off. Then, he commanded us to exit the room. I walked slowly, with my head down past my peers. I went to one of the lounge rooms and sat on a couch and cried until lunch. I then proceeded into the dining hall and got my food and sat down at a random table in the cocoon section again. I didn't even look to see who was sitting with me. I just stared at my food. I tried to eat, but my hand was shaking so badly I could hardly get the food to my mouth. After lunch, I rushed down to the sauna. I prayed that Travis would come to meet me. I didn't want to be alone in this. I wanted someone to escape with, and I knew it had to be soon. After about 20 minutes, Travis showed up and sat down next to me.
"You're right, man. You're right. We have to get out of here."
He started crying. I awkwardly tried to comfort him by putting my hand on his back. "We can do this. Just listen to me. I found someone who is willing to help us. It's going to sound weird, but the first thing you need to do is start exercising. use the gym, or run around the trail. It'll help. Tonight, I'll sneak out right at 3 a.m. and come into my room. Do not knock or anything. Just come right in." I left it like that and walked away out of the sauna, leaving Travis with his thoughts. Next, I went to one of the lounge areas and sat on one of the couches. Right as I was starting to get comfortable, I hear, "Next group." I couldn't do it. I couldn't handle another group like that. I would have rather killed myself. I didn't get up with my peers. I just kept sitting while everyone else was being brought to the next group. A minute passed, and I actually thought for a second they were going to leave me be, when I felt someone yank me by my hair off of the couch. He started dragging me by my hair, and then dropped me on the ground. "Get up. It's group time." He laughed at me. I followed him upstairs to another one of the rooms with locked doors. Another man in white brought out his keys and opened 3 of the doors on the opposite side of the hall. He then separated us into groups of 10, and a man in white led each group into one of the rooms. My group happens to have both Alex and Travis in it. In the room was another robed man and a bunch of what looked like dentist chairs. I couldn't quite make out what the robed man looked like, because this room was also only lit with a dim purple light. He then had all of us lie in the chairs while he placed a cap on our heads that had multiple cords coming out. The cords were long and went into the walls. The robed man advanced to the center of the room and started reading from a huge, ancient-looking book. I have no idea what he said. It was all in some strange language. But after a minute, I felt my eyes grow heavy, and I started to drift off to sleep. I started having memories of my best friends when we were kids. We were playing this game we made up called hide-and-go-seek. The way it was played was that one person was a guard. He had an airsoft gun, which are basically weaker BB guns that only stung a bit when you got shot from a distance. The rest of the people playing were assassins. They would hide and try to sneak up and fake stab the guard with the airsoft gun. I was the guard this time, and we were playing at my friend Tom's house. As I was walking around, my friend Craig popped out of the corner and fake stabbed me. "I got you," he yelled gleefully. "No, that doesn't count. I saw you go inside. That's off limits," I responded. "No, I didn't. I didn't lie. I got you. I won." He kept rubbing it in my face, and I felt myself getting more and more angry. "Screw you," I said. "Don't be so mad that you suck at this game so bad." All of a sudden, I felt my rage boil over, and I tackled him to the ground and started beating him with my airsoft gun. "Stop! Please stop!" he screamed. But it just made me go harder. My only friends tried to get me off of him, but it was too late. I jammed the airsoft gun into his eye and pulled the trigger. Now, from point-blank range, the airsoft gun can do some damage, and when I shot him, he went blind in that eye for the rest of his life. My other friends were yelling at me. Tom called for his mom, and she called 911. I just sat outside of their driveway until my parents came and got me. I had to go to a kid's psychiatric unit for my outburst, and I lost all of those friends. Except, none of that happened. I mean, me and my friends used to play hide-and-go-seek, but I never beat my friend and shot his eye. Or did I? I couldn't recall that moment correctly anymore. For all I knew, I actually did beat up Craig and blind him in one eye. I don't remember what actually happened. Then, suddenly, I awoke. A man in white pulled off the cap on my head, and we were again told to leave the room. During free time, I went up to my room. I sat on my bed and tried to recollect what actually happened that day with my friends, but all I could see was me beating Craig senseless. It all seemed so real. They must have messed with my memories somehow. I would have never beat my friend like that. But the more I thought about it, the more I believed that it actually happened. I lied down and tried to take my mind off of that event when I saw a black videotape on my nightstand that I didn't notice before. No, I didn't have a TV in my room, let alone a VCR. I knew that some of the group rooms had TVs, but who even used VCR nowadays? I grabbed the tape and went downstairs. I knew the rules stated that I had to watch this tape, but I wasn't even sure I could trust the rules anymore. They did lead me to the meditation man, though, so I decided that it would probably benefit me to watch it. I went to one of the group rooms, and it actually did contain a VCR. I looked outside the door to check if anyone was around, and it was all clear. I guessed that everyone was probably either in their rooms, out on the trail, or in one of the lounge areas during free time. No one wanted to be in any of the group rooms when they didn't have to be. I turned on the old television and put the tape in the VCR. The first thing that flashed on the screen was an image of a naked, incredibly pale man with long arms and legs. He was in a forest, and he looked like he was searching for something frantically. Immediately, the screen cut to maggots all over a dead body, and then quickly cut to a basement. It was kind of hard to see because it was so dark, but I could make out 3 children who were sitting and tied to a support beam. They weren't moving or talking. The middle child started opening his mouth. It kept opening more and more until I heard a crack, and then the screen switched to an image of a yellow door. It stayed on the door for about a minute, until a man in a suit entered the frame and painted the numbers 117 on it in black, and then painted a snake below it. Was this a sign? The rules stated to never enter room 117, but how did this tape know that my favorite animal was a snake? It could have maybe been a coincidence. I didn't have long to think about it when the screen flashed to a black and white image of a lighthouse. The waves were crashing over the rocks, and giant tentacles started to come out of the water and wrap around the lighthouse. Then it switched to a video of a woman with black hair covering her face. She was rocking back and forth in a rocking chair in the corner of an old, dilapidated room. She gradually raised her hand and pointed at me. There was a loud scream, and then the screen went black. The scream scared the hell out of me, and I jumped. That was it. The tape didn't really do anything to me, but creeped me out a bit. I wondered if the man painting on the yellow door was one of those signs the meditation man notified me about. I took the tape out and threw it in the trash. I checked the time on the clock, and it was already dinner time. After dinner, we didn't have any more groups. I guess in cocoon phase, we only had the torture of the sensory deprivation tanks and the memory altercations. But these groups were hundreds of times worse than what we were experiencing in the caterpillar phase. I tried to get Travis's attention, but he wouldn't talk to me. The only thing he said was, he'll see me at 3 a.m. I went to my room and decided to see if I could fall asleep while I waited. I set my alarm for 2:55, and I actually ended up dozing off pretty swiftly. I woke up, and it was pitch black. The first thing I noticed was that I was not, in fact, in my room, and also that I was lying on cement. I suddenly became fearful. Where the hell was I? I felt around and came upon a flashlight. Well, I was lucky, I thought. I was about to turn it on when I heard a child giggling. This certainly freaked me out, but it also reminded me of the rules. You may wake up in the basement with no recollection of how you got there. Do not shine a light. You will have to feel your way out. I had to get out of here. I needed to show Travis the meditation man. It was almost like Harmony Hills itself was trying to prevent me from bringing Travis to the meditation room with me, so I knew that I really had to do it. I smashed the flashlight on the ground and stood up. I slowly crept forward, keeping my hands in front of me, so I wouldn't run into anything. As I was walking, I kept hearing children giggling and running off. At one point, I yelled at them. "Would you shut the hell up?"
Don't use naughty words, mister.
They responded. It caught me off guard a bit. Was there actually a child down here? There's no way. Are you okay? Do you need help or something?
No, mister. You're the one who needs help.
It giggled, and then ran off. I shuddered. I quickly remembered that I broke part of the rule. I interacted with something in the basement. I tried not to think about it, and kept going. After a couple more steps, I felt something breathe on the back of my neck. It was freezing cold, and smelled rancid, like a dumpster with spoiled food in it. I shut my eyes and kept moving forward. I eventually ran into a wall, so I turned to my left and kept going. It seemed to go on forever. I would go straight for a while, and then hit a wall. Then I would alternate between left and right turns. I knew I couldn't stop. I could hear and feel the thing that was breathing behind me, and I didn't want to agitate it. The creature imitating a child was always ahead of me. It kept telling me to turn around and to meet their daddy. I started to slowly jog with my hands stretched out in front of me. I probably would have looked ridiculous in the light, but I certainly didn't stop to worry about that. Suddenly, I tripped and fell onto the stairs. I started sprinting up them as fast as I could. I made it to the top of the stairs, and there was the door. I turned the knob when something grabbed my leg and started dragging me down the stairs. My face hit one of the steps hard, and I felt blood running down my face.
Daddy's gonna eat you.
I heard the child squealing with delight. I wasn't going to die down here. I pulled my other leg back and kicked as hard as I could. I felt my foot hit something, and the grip loosened on my leg. I tore away and ran up the stairs with my hands and feet. I opened the door and crashed onto the ground. I woke up on my bed. It was 2:48 a.m. My face was aching, and I felt exhausted. I turned off my alarm and waited until 3 a.m. It was 3:04 when Travis came. He actually really startled me, even though I knew he was coming. I guess I was still on edge from the whole basement experience. "Dude, you look like hell. What happened to your face?" he asked. I ignored him. "Let's go. Now. Follow me and stay quiet. We don't have much time." It was slightly more difficult to sneak around the men in white with Travis, but we were still able to do it. Once we got to the meditation room, the man was waiting for us. "I was beginning to think I had lost you, my friend." He smiled, and it actually made me smile a bit too. Travis wasn't as amused. "Tell me how to get out of here, right now." His response surprised me. I never even thought of demanding the meditation man around like that. He was so peaceful and friendly. "Ah, yes. You're a lion, a fighter. You must relax. Sit and breathe with us. Your time for escape will come if you allow it." He answered. "I don't have time. I need to get out of here now. You're gonna tell me, or I'm gonna make you." Travis lunged at the meditation man. He had his hand cocked back, ready for a punch, and he threw himself right through the meditation man and onto the floor. Yes, he literally traveled right through the meditation man, like he was a ghost. The man laughed. "Violence will not get you anywhere here. Sit with us. Calm your mind." The room fell silent for a second, until I stuttered out, "What are you?" He smiled widely and said, "Just a friend." Travis calmed down, and we ended up sitting with the meditation man until the singing bell went off, and he was gone. Somehow, when we sat with him, it was almost like he was able to stretch time around us. I knew we only sat there for around 5 minutes, but those 5 minutes lasted much longer than normal. I also ended up asking him if he sent me a sign in the videotape, but he responded,
If you felt there was a sign, then there was.
I should have known I wasn't going to get any clear-cut answers from him, but I thought it was worth asking about. After the meditation, I actually saw Travis smile for the first time since detox. He thanked me for bringing him right before we quietly snuck our way back to our rooms. The next few days were horrible. The groups didn't get any easier, but Travis did start accompanying me on my meditation visits, and he also started exercising with me. I think Alex even started to notice that we looked slightly less sullen than the other patients, and I was hoping we would be able to get him to join us. But as one good thing would come, my hope would get torn away. That's how it was for me at Harmony Hills. It was maybe day 10 since I started the cocoon phase, and though the groups didn't get any easier, our meditations and exercises gave us some reprieve. I was sometimes able to differentiate between the false memories that they implanted in me, but I decided that I would worry about that later. First, I had to escape. That day, Travis and I were running on the trail during free time. We were about halfway done when another patient named Drew was walking towards us from the other direction. He stopped us from running and told us to follow him. We walked around 20 feet away from any other person, and he pulled out a little baggie with brown powder in it.
"Dude, I found this tucked away in my bag. Can you believe it?" he said. "Is that what I think it is?" Travis asked. "Yes, sir, it is. This is some grade A heroin right here. I literally just found it in my bags. I got it from this drug dealer I knew back at home. I can't believe I found it. You guys can do something with me, because I love you so much." He laughed.
I saw Travis's eyes get wide, and he looked at me. Now I knew the rules stated to never do any drugs that you're offered here, but since he literally just found this stuff in his bag, and he knew where it was from, I thought that it would be okay. That was a mistake I will never forgive myself for. Before I even knew what I was saying, I blurted out, "I know where we can do this. Follow me." We were giggling like we were kids on Christmas as we made our way to the sauna. We got there and sat down. Drew poured out a small bit of the brown powder and used a piece of paper to form it into a line. "Make sure you don't do too much, man," I told Drew. I know. I'm starting with this tiny bit, but look how much I have. This is so good, it'll last all of us at least a week." He then rolled up the paper and snorted the line. He laid back and audibly sighed. "Oh, man, that is so nice." Before I could think, Travis had already formed his line and had his head down ready to snort the powder. He did it and had the same reaction as Drew. Both of the reactions were exactly how people normally behave when doing H. So I grabbed the baggie and formed my own little line. I went down to snort it, but then I hesitated. I looked up at Drew and saw he had a nosebleed. Hey, man, are you okay?" I asked. He didn't respond. I looked at Travis, and his nose was bleeding too. I thought maybe I shouldn't do this, when Drew's skin literally began bubbling like a pot of boiling water. I screamed, "Your skin! Dude, your skin!" "Yeah, man, that's good," he stated. Then Travis's skin began bubbling. It started at their arms until eventually all of their skin was bubbling. They didn't even seem to notice what was happening. They were both still nodding out on the heroin, acting like they were in complete blissful ignorance to what was going on. I knew I couldn't get anyone to help, so I just sat there, frozen in horror, as I watched their skin bubble and then start to melt off to the bone. I snapped out of it and ran out of the sauna into my room. I cried and cried. My friend was dead, and I could have stopped it. I stayed in my room for the rest of the day until the night came along. I was in a sort of awake but coma-like state. I couldn't cry anymore, but I couldn't move my body. After a little while, I heard a light knocking at my door. "Anthony, it's Travis. Dude, why'd you run off like that?" I shot out of bed and ran to the door. I stopped right before I put my hand on the door handle. "If it's really Travis, then just come in. You don't need me to open the door for you." I heard a chilling giggle. "Your friend is dead. Your friend is dead," it sang as it sauntered off. "Go to hell, you monster," I screamed. I walked back to my bed and decided right then that I would get some answers out of the meditation man. 3 a.m. came along, and I rushed to the meditation room. I actually almost got caught from making too much noise, but I didn't even care. I was going to go out fighting if they did catch me. Luckily, I made it there without any incident. The meditation man was sitting with seemingly no expression on his face. He looked at me and beckoned me to sit. "No," I asserted. "You're going to give me some answers right now." He thought for a second, with that same neutral expression. "Yes, I have an answer for you, but you will not like it." "Tell me," I said. "You must get yourself put into the box. If you are violent with them, they will kill you. But you must break their rules. Just nothing too drastic." "Why the hell would I want to get put into the box?" I asked. "Because they will soon replace your true memories of this place with new ones. And soon after that, you will be lost in this hell forever. Or killed. If you're in the box when this happens, it will give you some time." I thought for a second. I saw a few patients that came back from the box. All of them were completely mute after their experience. They never spoke to anyone again, and they basically acted brain dead. Their eyes were vacant, and they just did whatever the men in whites told them to do. "I'll do it," I declared. "All right, my friend. And let me teach you a breathing technique that may aid you during your time in the box. It is called Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire was done by pumping from the center of my navel, while breathing rapidly from my nose. It took me a few days to master it. The meditation man kept telling me I was doing it wrong, and then explained it over and over again. He would say, "No, be more forceful with your exhale," or "You must feel the air enter your nose. Do not think, only do." Over those next few days, I kept going into their sensory deprivation tank and eating the hallucinogenic flower petal and having terrifying and painful trips. Many of my memories with my family were also replaced. I even tried to write down as many things as I could about my family, about how I loved them, and about my favorite experiences with them. But even the writing would somehow change itself to fit the new memories. The new memories were the worst part. Even worse than the sensory deprivation tank. I had fake memories of me berating and hitting my mom.
I had memories of me abusing animals and of burning my dad's house down. I even had some where I beat up homeless people and stole what little they had. One night, the meditation man told me I was ready. "You must do it now," he said, and then he disappeared. My heart was beating in my chest. I knew what I had to do. I decided the easiest way to get put into the box would be letting them catch me sneaking around at night. So all I had to do was leave the meditation room and make a bunch of noise. I didn't want them to get suspicious, so I snuck back up to my room, then walked out and slammed the door and started screaming, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you all!" Immediately, men in white shot up the stairs, and one came from behind. I put up enough of a struggle to make it realistic, but not to actually hurt one of them. Two of them had me by the arms and legs, and two were by my side, as they carried me outside. I kept struggling while all the men were smiling. "Have fun, kid. We're bringing you to the box now." One of them laughed. I almost let out a grin. "Yeah, well, that's exactly what I want you to do, you psycho," I thought. They carried me outside and started making their way towards the detox center. One of the men opened one of the steel cellar doors at the base of the detox, and we made our way down the cement stairs. I started fake pleading with them. "Wait, please, I'm sorry. Don't put me down there." "Too late now," the man holding my arms said. One of the men in white pulled out a set of keys. I could only tell because of the sound. It was pitch black down there. I briefly thought of my experience in the basement, and I hoped things would go smoother than that. They opened the door, jammed me inside, and then shut and locked it. The box ended up being a 4x4-foot square room. It was clearly too small to stand or lie in, but I could sit just fine. Bright, harsh lights came on. They were similar to the lights at a supermarket or Walmart. I saw that the walls and ceilings were completely made of mirrors. I almost lost myself in the reflections until I shut my eyes. I wasn't going to let any of this get into my psyche. After a few minutes, the noises started. They were blasting the room full of horrible sounds. First, it sounded like nails on a chalkboard. Then it would sound like this strange static noise. Eventually, it just cut to a man's voice. He sounded like an announcer at a sports game, talking through a cheap microphone. All he would say was, "Number 1, you are number 1. And then, number 2, you are number 2. And he would go on for hours and hours, until he reached a random number. Then, randomly, the static and nails on a chalkboard sounds would crash through my ears again. I made sure to never open my eyes, because I knew that once I did, I would be lost forever. I tried shutting my ears with one hand, but it somehow did nothing to dampen the sounds. So I sat, with my hands resting on my knees. The first hour I was panicked, but eventually I found my breath within the chaos. Every time an intrusive thought came along, I would breathe fire, and it would calm me down a bit more. It was at a point where I wasn't even paying any attention to anything. I felt myself float in the cosmos, just like I did when I meditated with the meditation man. A smile grew on my face. All of a sudden, I heard the lock outside jiggle, and the door swung open. I was very confused. I felt like I had only been there 24 hours max, and they were already coming to get me. A man in white grabbed my leg and dragged me back out into the world. He looked at me in the eyes, and there was visible disappointment on his face. "How'd this one make it out so intact?" he asked one of the other men in white. "I'm really not sure. Let's bring him to the owner." Oh, Christ. I really didn't want to see this guy again.
They brought me back into the main building and up the stairs to the owner's room. One of the men in white went in first, and they talked for a couple minutes, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. The door opened, and the man smiled at me. "Your turn," he said. I stepped into the room with my eyes glued to the floor. I wasn't going to make the mistake of looking the owner in the eyes again. "How did you make it through the box?" he asked. I didn't respond. "Ah, you're going to stay silent with me. Well, will you at least look at me?" I felt my neck tense up. It was like something was trying to force my head up, but I kept it still. The owner let out one of his booming laughs. "Fine, fine. But it does not matter. From now on, you will never be alone. Now, leave me." He was right. From then on, there was a man in white with me everywhere I went. When I slept, when I went to the bathroom, and when I ate, there was a man in white accompanying me. I started to get nervous. I couldn't sneak out and see the meditation man if someone was always watching me. I knew I had to make a move, but I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could think of was the sign I interpreted from the videotape. The man painted the number 117 with a snake below it. I guess I had to go into room 117. I wasn't sure exactly what to do next. I didn't want to risk the men in white seeing the meditation man. I figured that if any one of the staff knew he was there, they would have done something to prevent him from showing up. Also, it was hard to think of attempting to escape with one of the men in white always breathing down my neck. They literally were watching me sleep in shifts so that I couldn't do anything shady. That didn't prevent me from meditating on my own, though. Most of my free time was spent meditating or exercising. The sensory deprivation tank was still horribly painful, but it began to get at least partially manageable, and the meditation considerably helped to prevent my memories from changing. Though many of my memories are forever tainted. In the back of my mind, I knew they were thinking of getting rid of me. I had to make a move soon, and the only move I could think of was entering room 117. Now, I know the rules explicitly stated to never enter room 117, but the rules weren't foolproof. One of the patients wrote them. I would have tried to make contact with the guy that dropped them, but after his incident, I never saw him again. I made a plan to go into room 117 during free time. Though there were always men in white watching me, I figured I could just make a run for it really quickly while the man in white had his back turned or something. Yeah, I know it wasn't much of a plan, but there wasn't much else I could do. That day, as I was mentally amping myself up to go, I walked up to my room, and there was a note on my door. "Anthony, meet me in my office at 4 p.m. It is number 203. I look forward to meeting you." Dr. Jacobs was signed at the bottom. It was written in impeccable handwriting. It almost looked as though it was typed. Now, I would have certainly skipped this meeting, but since there was a man in white following me, I didn't have much of a choice.
Dr. Jacobs wants to see you. You're very lucky, you know."
The man in white had a huge smile. What happens if I skip it? I decided to just be blunt with him.
"You won't be missing your meeting on my watch."
I decided to meditate before my meeting with Dr. Jacobs. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew I would have a better chance if I were in there with a clear... "No peeking still," my husband nagged, his hands still over my eyes as he guided me. "How can I peek when your hand is literally over my face?" I remarked. He chuckled. After what felt like forever with him making sure I didn't bump into anything up to that mystery destination, my husband, Jackson, assured me that we were finally there. Thank the Lord. "All right, open your eyes," he said as he unveiled his hands from my face. Now that we were here, I felt the rush of excitement again, and a shy yet exuberant grin grew over my face as I slowly opened my eyes. Once they opened, however, they widened tenfold at the sight before me. "Wow," I exclaimed. Jackson chuckled. "So, did I pick out a good birthday gift or what?" he teased. It was truly a sight to behold. An underwater luxury hotel suite, with all the delicacies and comfort a guest could dream of, encased entirely in an underwater tank, with a view to die for at nearly every angle. Undoubtedly, it was a great birthday gift.
"Honey, this is amazing,"
I spoke. I turned to look at him.
"I was just kind of joking when I said bring me to the ocean if you could, you know?"
He and the usher who led us to the room with our luggage exchanged laughs. "You should know by now that I take almost everything you say literally," Jackson said, as he stepped my way, towering over me by merely 2 inches. "Uh-huh," I uttered through my smile, and we both leaned in for a kiss. The usher awkwardly rolled our luggage over to the king-sized bed. Really, it looked even bigger than king-sized, and neatly set them to the side. "Happy birthday," Jackson said.
"Thanks, babe,"
I replied, as we both went in for another kiss. Poor Usher, I thought. I knew it must have been awkward for him right about now.
Sorry to break the moment,"
the gentleman timidly noted.
"but if you two would like, the kitchen staff has prepared a lovely 4-course lunch, which should be about ready in the next 30 or 40 minutes.
"Oh," I uttered. "Nice," Jackson followed. "What do you think?" he asked me. I gave him a crazy look.
"Hell yeah,"
I replied under my breath, but quite loudly. I noticed the usher.
I mean,
clearing my throat.
"Yes, my husband and I would love to attend,"
changing my whole demeanor. He and I both chuckled like idiot children. That's simply how we were together, like children. Though when it was time to be adults, I was usually the parent in the relationship. He was a messy eater, I used proper dining etiquette. He needed a haircut, I did it for him. He got bruised up or injured doing God knows what, I fixed him up. He wants to travel to a random city over the weekend, I do all the planning. Except this time, to my surprise. Jackson was smart, very smart, but dumb at the same time. He was like a golden retriever. Had lots of energy and charisma, always the center of everyone else's attention, yet he couldn't hold his own to save his life. Very all over the place. In a way, however, that's what I find attractive about him. His zest for life and a childlike curiosity outlasting his years. I liked to have my fun as well, don't get me wrong, but I was more Virgo-like in my ways, even though I'm a Pisces myself. Lunch was held in the hotel's center aquarium, giving us a full view of the ocean around us. Glass surrounded us with a bright blue luminescence as the sun reflected light through the large sea. We were presented with a lovely 4-course meal of seafood selections. Both of us got the seafood chowder as a starter. I got spicy Caribbean shrimp, and he got oysters for appetizers. For the entrees, I got a nice big baked salmon, and Jackson got a huge lobster tail with a side of melted butter and mashed potatoes. It was all delicious, needless to say. And to top it all off, we had carb-packed, tall slices of strawberry cheesecake. I could barely get up from the table after we were done. After congratulating the head chef for such a fine meal, Jackson shot the question. Where are all the fish?" he asked. It was one of those things I didn't even think to ask, yet it was so obvious. Where were the fish? I didn't know we were coming here until just a while ago, Had I not seen any pictures from the brochures in our room, I'd think this place didn't have any fish at all. It was a good question.
Ah, the fish,
the chef said. They're usually out most of the day, and usually at night they'll obviously be harder to see and go elsewhere. But today must be one of those days where they'll just sort of hide.
Hide?
I remarked. Yes, the chef replied. Mostly from predators, if they're around. But that's strange. There usually aren't any around. There's the sharks, but even still, nothing that's a serious threat to make the others leave. There's sharks here? Jackson asked in a tone that I couldn't tell if he was either amazed or afraid. Oh yes, a couple of them will show up from time to time. No great whites or hammerheads or anything crazy of the sorts, but yes, there are a few.
Jackson uttered. Well, hopefully they'll turn up soon, I added. We gotta get some pictures, right, babe?
I nudged Jackson at his side, to which he didn't noticeably return much of a reaction. He nodded passively. Maybe he was starting to get a food coma too, and needed to lay down. I know I did. We'd gotten back to the room and did exactly that. After a pleasant nap, I woke up to the magical view of the suite being illuminated with hidden LED lights outlining the bed, walls, and other pieces of large furniture. The room held a bright gold luminescence along with the now dark blue to almost pitch-black abyss of the ocean. I wonder if that was something that could be turned off, or if it just stayed like that. Either way, I wasn't complaining one bit. Jackson woke up not too long after, and I barely saw him shuffle over to the bathroom in a hurry, as I was on my phone with my back turned. Was he sick?
Are you all right?
I called to him. Yeah, Jackson replied. I had to piss. Oh, well that makes more sense. With that, I turned on camera mode from my phone and began snapping random pictures and was getting ready to do a panorama shot. I had the lens set at one side of the room, sitting at the edge of the first wide window, then began to drag across the room. I made it past the first window, then past the walls and door to the bathroom occupied by Jackson, then to the other side window, and was about to come around to the end of the last huge display behind me, until I noticed something through the lens. I lowered my phone to get a look with my own eyes, and saw that there was an enormous shadow of space outside the glass. It could have been the lack of sunlight reflecting down on that particular spot, but then, I thought, was it really that dark already? It was only 6:30, so it made sense for the water to be dark, but not that dark. The thing was, it stood out from the rest of the area like a sore thumb. You could still tell apart the ocean floor from other sections of the room, as well as the tiny rocks at the bottom, but over in this particular spot, it was near total blackness. An abnormally large, disquieting contrast in the area around it. Maybe it was just a large rock structure. Like a fjord, maybe. No, those are mountains or something, I think. Then I heard the toilet flush. I waited for Jackson to come back out, but a couple of moments kept passing longer than expected. I was getting suspicious again.
Are you sure you're okay?
I called again. Yeah, he answered. It would make sense if he got sick from the food, perhaps. It was seafood, after all. And that, among other recipes, could have tendencies to make anyone's stomach queasy if not properly prepared. But I didn't have any issues so far. We ate nearly the same thing as we picked from each other's plates at the time. I went ahead and gave him another minute, but as more time kept passing and I didn't hear from him, I decided that was it.
Hey, I gotta piss too,
I announced as I got up and started approaching the door. No response. Then a few seconds later. Okay, I heard him respond. Weird, I thought. I slowly turned the knob and opened the door, as to not budge right in. To my confusion, he wasn't in the bathroom anymore at all.
Jackson?
I called for him. I looked across and saw that there was another door leading to a different room, or closet, perhaps. It was cracked open. I went over and swung open the door to find a nice, tidy, compartmentalized space. The only room that wasn't encased in glass, with Jackson loafing around. It had a nice window seat cushion that extended along the side of the walls of the entire room, and a circular window that simply showed the outside view of the ocean, which was also nearly pitch black as the shadow that cast over near the bedside window from a moment ago. Perhaps I was right. It was just a large boulder or rock structures blocking the lights of those specific sides of the glass. "You know, this wouldn't be a bad room to crash in," he said, as he kept aimlessly searching around for something.
"I guess not,"
I awkwardly replied. "It could be a good place to do other things too. Yeah?"
"It's kind of a tight space, don't you think?"
"We've managed with worse."
"You know, there's a whole bed back there,"
I said, pointing my finger to the door. "Yeah." Then his mind trailed off elsewhere before he looked at me again. "I'm done in the bathroom. You said he needed to go?" I gave him a certain look.
"I lied,"
I answered.
"You okay?"
"Why wouldn't I be?" he responded, but I knew when he was playing clueless.
"You've been acting kind of strange since lunch."
"Oh."
"I mean, we both know you're strange as it is, but earlier you seemed sort of alright, but now since the sun is starting to come down, I don't even know."
"True," he said, still not actually paying attention as he was still searching around the room. I was getting a little fed up.
"What are you looking for?"
I asked. "Something to cover the window with," he said. "Can we get seasick from this? You know, with us being underwater and everything?"
"Maybe."
"There's nothing but towels and a bunch of useless crap in here. Are there any really big pillows out there in the bedroom?" My God, he was acting strange. The obvious question came next.
"Why do we need to cover up the window?"
I asked. "Because I don't want anyone spying on us," he answered.
"Really?"
"Yeah," he said.
"We're underwater."
I noticed.
"Who's gonna spy on us? The fish? There aren't any."
"You don't know. There might be people with submarines or something down there trying to capture a couple of lovebird guests having a good old time down here to sell on the internet or God knows what."
"Okay, 1, I'm not screwing you in this room. And 2, what is going on with you? You're just acting so weird. What's wrong?"
He looked around nervously, biting his lip like a child keeping a dirty little secret. Then he finally fessed up. "I have thalassophobia," he guiltily admitted.
"What?"
"Thalassophobia."
"What's that?"
"Fear of the ocean, like deep water, all that stuff that lurks in it, you know? Being stranded at sea, even. I've always been afraid of the water. I tried to work on it, believe me, but no. It's just always been that one thing that I can't get over." I was dumbfounded.
"What?"
I started, trying to find where to even begin.
"You have a fear of the ocean, and you booked us an underwater hotel with literally a 360-degree view of open water?"
His face was red. "Yeah," he muttered.
"Why?"
I asked. "Because it was for you. It wasn't about me. I wanted you to be happy, and I wanted to get you something nice for your birthday. Something I knew you'd love." It was one of the many sweetest things I'd ever heard him say that I almost forgot how dumb he initially sounded at this moment. I went over to him and gently cupped his face with both of my hands, my back facing the window now, and his facing the door.
Okay, I started. Honey, you don't have to get me anything, though I'm very grateful for all of this. And besides, I still don't want you to be uncomfortable even if I'm not. We're, a marriage, a unity, a team. I wouldn't do something for you if I didn't like it either.
Jackson arched a brow.
Okay, I didn't mean for that to sound as bad as it did. Of course, I'd make sacrifices for you too, but you get my point.
Then I realized he wasn't reacting to what I said at all. He was looking across the room past me towards the glass. "The rock is gone," he whispered.
What?
I uttered. I turned to face where he was looking and saw what he meant. The black abyss of space beyond the glass was no longer there, and instead we saw the faint blue glistening of the evening once again. Strange. It had been black as night a moment ago, I thought. But Jackson said the same thing I was thinking. He, too, thought it was a rock. I looked to him.
Tell you what, I'll order us some drinks. You pick. And I'll bring them back and we can just hang out here. Okay?
His face lit up with excitement again.
You know you don't have to do that, right? Don't let me ruin your birthday. To me, it's ruined if you're not happy.
I'd gotten us room service to order us a tray of varied alcohol beverages, all under his tab, Jackson insisted. Champagne, Moscato, Grey Goose, and a few other cocktails, along with some crackers and cheese to go along. We hung out together in the small enclosed room, with our backs facing the window, atop a fortress of pillows I pulled from the master bedroom and threw into the other room. I even fulfilled his request to cover the window with other stacks of pillows and whatever else I could find, so he wouldn't have to look outside. We cuddled in the pillow fort we'd made and watched a movie on his phone. Any other person might view this as a complete downer to their vacation, but to me, I actually enjoyed every second of it. We never usually partook in high-end sort of living activities, even with me thoroughly planning and making sure we budgeted down to a T, so they usually ended up in us doing things like this instead, where we much preferred the comfort of doing things the unconventional way, such as sleeping in another room aside from the bed on a stack of pillows. Plus, it made Jackson feel better, and he was usually always braver than me. For once, I saw a true vulnerability in him.
We've been to the pool and stuff together,
I said. Yeah, he replied. He drank way more than me. He'd answer anything at this point.
You didn't seem scared then.
The pool isn't scary. The ocean is. Remember, though, I couldn't go past 6 feet? Then I thought about it. He was right. He never went too far to the deep end of any pools he got in.
Huh,
I expressed.
I guess I never noticed until now.
We kept on watching the movie for a couple more seconds before I had the urge to ask more questions.
What about it scares you the most?
I asked. He shrugged. I mean, a lot of things. Like the thought of how deep it is. You never know what could be down there. Here. The feeling of being surrounded by a vast bunch of endlessness and being so small. He shivered with chills. Yeesh. Screw that.
Yeah, when you put it that way, that does sound pretty scary.
No, you love it. You and the ocean have a pact.
What?
I smiled. Admit it, you love to be a little mermaid just swimming along in the abyss, waving at seamen, passing by on their little boats, and just having a grand time.
Oh, shut up.
I laughed. Just floating around with your long red hair collecting seashells, singing under the sea. He was hysterical, and we were both having a good time. At least he was enjoying himself now. I had to get up and use the bathroom again. After doing so, I decided to go get my phone that I'd left on the charger from the bed. But when I stepped into the room, it was nearly pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. What happened to the LED lights? Did they automatically turn off by themselves? It'd be weird if they did, though, because it wasn't at our discretion to do it ourselves, and who's to say we still needed the light on or not? I decided to use the bathroom lights by swinging the door wide open to let the rest seep into the room and illuminate. Now I could discern where everything was, if only faintly. I went over to the bedside and pulled my phone from the USB. 100% battery life. Perfect. While I was over there, I also turned on the lamp lights perched next to me and saw that it emitted a bright enough radius to fill the entire corner of the bedroom. Might as well leave it on. Then a thought occurred to me to check on the vast space I'd spotted earlier through the window. It would be directly in front of me. So I lifted my head to take a look, and to my stupidity, of course, it was indistinguishable now at this time of night. Some hours had passed since I last saw it, making the entire perspective a dark blue tint. Though I loved the ocean and all the creatures that inhabited it, after hearing Jackson's opposing view on the subject, in a weird sense, I was now starting to get what he meant. The vast darkness of the underwater, the endless abyss. I could imagine how terrifying it must be to swim in such a colossal space with no sense of direction, and no other object in sight. No way out. And what made it more frightening, I think, wasn't that the water was pitch black. No, it was the fact that it was nearly complete darkness, but not entirely. You could observe the murkiness of the depths shift from light blue to an uncanny shaded indigo. Were the shadows underneath simply an indication of how far the light could reach from above? Or could it be that something waited, patiently, down below? Jeez, I could have quite the imagination when I got to thinking too much by myself. I was even getting scared of my own thoughts. But if anything, I could now sympathize with my husband's dread. I turned to walk back to the bathroom door when another thought struck me, stopping me in my tracks. The rock Jackson and I noticed earlier, or at least what we thought was a rock. Wasn't it black? Like, entirely black. Black as night. And we both thought that we were seeing things, where the rock had suddenly moved and we couldn't identify it anymore through the window over the back room. It was hard to say if it was a bad memory or the alcohol, but I could swear. I went over to the telephone next to the bed and decided to call room service again.
Hello?
The female clerk on the other line answered.
Hi, yes, I was just calling because I noticed the lights in our room aren't working anymore. Not the main lights for the lamp and bathroom and stuff, but for LED lights, you know?
Oh, I see. Yes, there's a switch on the wall right next to the thermostat where you can turn them on. It has a knob where you can adjust the brightness, and another one that lets you change the color to whichever one you like.
I shifted my eyes over to where she was referring to and found exactly what she meant. I could have found that if I bothered to look first.
Oh, I see it now.
I laughed.
I guess I'll check and make sure it's on or off.
Okay.
The clerk responded, sounding pleased.
But that's strange. They normally stay on unless, of course, the guests decide to shut them off, or when they automatically shut off at sunrise.
Oh, maybe there was just a short power outage,
I suggested, though it was probably unrealistic.
Could be.
The clerk fancied.
But either way, hopefully you and your husband can enjoy the lovely moon from above as well.
I was confused.
Moonlight,
I said.
Yes. From where your room should be, it's placed in the perfect spot for the moon to be seen from the top of the glass.
Really?
I replied, very puzzled. I looked up to see if I could maybe notice it through the top.
I don't see any.
At the sight I was now witnessing, I felt every bone, every muscle, every nerve in my body turn cold. There was something on top of the glass. Not just on top, but engulfing the entire tank. Above were the faint details of what I could only imagine was its mouth. It was almost circular, with rows of what looked like razor-sharp teeth getting smaller at the center.
Hello?
The clerk said on the other line. I couldn't move. A sensation more than just fear overcame me. I was petrified. At that moment, I never felt so small. Then, the creature began to shift its entire body away from the glass, sending a near seismic rumble through the suite. I dropped the phone onto the floor, and I followed suit as I got down, raising my arms as an instinctual reaction to try and shield me from whatever was about to happen next, as if that would do anything. I was in the presence of something further up the food chain than myself, further up than any other predator that I knew that walked or swam the face of the earth. As it released its grip from the glass, shapes of monstrous tentacles began to flail about, leaving behind a powerful swooshing noise through the water, along with a resonant sound that the only way I could describe it as is something that couldn't be replicated. Not on this planet. It was deafening, earth-shattering, like something from a different world. It was so alien-like, seeming to come from the thing itself. So powerful, even more so than the roar of an earthquake, I'd imagine. It was truly one of the loudest sounds I'd ever heard. Suddenly, pure blackness no longer surrounded the view, as shades of the natural lighting of the ocean floor began to form again, and instantaneously, a white glow emitted from the glass ceiling. There it was. The moon. It had been there the whole time. And so had this thing. It had been covering the perimeter to where I couldn't see it. As the creature rose higher away from my view, I was starting to get an even better look at its size. I still couldn't even grasp its entire shape. It was huge, a behemoth of an unknown force lurking down here, waiting to be discovered. I was amazed. Astonished, even, but not in a positive manner. The same sensation kept overtaking me as I began to curl up into a ball next to the bed, the sensation that I'd never felt so small. I planned on staying there and hiding under the bed until it was gone. Then, I'd be safe. But Jackson... I got up and immediately ran towards the bathroom and over into the other room, shutting the door behind me. He was sitting, lying against the pillows, watching the movie on his phone, not noticing a thing about what lies beyond the glass. I couldn't have been the only one to hear it, I thought.
Jackson,
I panicked. He looked at me, concerned. What's wrong? He asked. I guess he didn't hear what I did after all. But I couldn't tell him, I thought. I was already scared as it was, but telling him might be catastrophic, and he'd never want to leave this room. I stammered. I saw something. It just came out. What was I supposed to do? Lie? What? He said, now growing as nervous as I was. Christ, why did I do that?
There was something outside the glass.
Then I realized I hadn't told him the whole truth.
A shark or something. Like a big shark.
I lied. Jackson arched his brow, like he always did when he thought I was crazy.
Are you pranking me?
He asked. His whole demeanor changed from worried to a perky suspicion. I was dumbfounded.
What?
I said, still in a state of clear panic.
I thought you loved sharks. Go play with your new friend,
he joked. Without a doubt, the alcohol took the edge off of him from earlier, but he had no idea just how serious I was. Maybe that was a good thing, but right now, I needed both of us to leave this room as soon as possible. I kneeled in front of him, looking him in the eye.
Listen, I don't want to be here right now. I'm getting claustrophobic,
I lied.
Let's just go in one of those lounges and hang out there for a bit while there's no open water outside to look at, okay?
He still wasn't buying it. I'd be skeptical too, if I were him. I never expressed fear of any sort in regards to the ocean. Even all the scariest creatures he feared that swam in the sea, I took a liking to. But not that thing. Not that thing that waited outside. Your acting never fails to impress me, dear.
Jackson,
I snapped. He turned straight-faced again. I never snapped at him like that before. He knew I was serious this time. You're serious, he said. I nodded.
Just put on your pants and let's go,
I insisted.
I'll cover your eyes so you don't have to see out there when we cross the room.
Okay. He got up and started to put his pants on. By the way, he stated, did you hear something a minute ago? Or was it just the movie?
Hear what?
I asked, a noticeable fear in my voice. Well, I don't know. I thought I heard something, like a loud rumbling noise. Thought it came from the movie, but then I was like, there's no way, because... We both felt it rumble down in our feet and up to our ribcage, and stared at each other for a moment. Aware of precisely the same thing now, Jackson whispered under his breath.
Honey, what was that?
Suddenly, the rumble sounded again, and was followed by both of us losing balance on both of our feet, and we began to stumble. We struggled to hold on to each other while simultaneously trying to grab onto the wall for support. Jackson managed to clutch one of the beams sitting atop the wall, and his strength alone was enough to hold both of us. I held onto him for dear life as the suite kept violently shaking. His back was to the window, and my arms hooked around him for balance, but I could see ahead that the barricade of pillars we'd put up on the window had now fallen, leaving the glass open for a full display of the outside. And to my confusion, I couldn't see anything beyond it. It wasn't a dark blue or black tint this time, but instead, a bright yellowish shade that now covered the window. The rumbling had now stopped, and it was as quiet as a mouse. Are you okay? Jackson asked. I didn't say anything. I was too fixated on the window. Why was it that color? It's like we shifted into a different environment altogether, like a whole new backdrop. That's definitely not a shark, he remarked.
What the hell?
I muttered. He turned to what I was perceiving and shared the same confusion. It was a strange sight indeed. Then we saw a black circle shift from nowhere and down into different corners of the circular window. The direction of the circle bounced randomly from corner to corner, until finally sitting dead center on the glass, facing us. I felt a sick sensation in my gut, and Jackson's jaw dropped in terror at the realization of what we were both now seeing. It was an eye, and it saw us. The sound rumbled the whole area again. Go, go, Jackson shouted, trying to lead us both out of the room, and we did just that. We'd crossed into the bathroom when the lights cut out. There was darkness again. We were blinds to the lack of light as we both tripped into each other, him almost completely knocking me down. I grabbed onto what I could only guess was the sink as Jackson quickly grabbed me to keep me from falling. You okay? He said.
Yeah.
What the hell is that thing? His voice trembled.
I don't know,
I cried. We needed to get ahead into the room and out into the main lobby and let someone know what was going on. But the lamp I'd left on in the bedroom ahead was out too. Otherwise, there'd be some lighted path for us to distinguish. It was pure darkness. The only faint light, if any, came from the dark hue of the water surrounding us. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight to lead us. "Come on," I demanded. Jackson followed closely behind with his arms still over me for protection. Though I'm sure it was more for him than it was for me. I could only imagine. We raced through the bedroom and for the door in a matter of seconds. But in that time, we caught a glimpse of the outside. It was a nightmare. Just an endless void of murky, dark water that appeared to stretch for an eternity. We were two small, meaningless creatures in the center of the vast universe. When we got to the door, I turned the knob and pulled back without hesitation as Jackson reached over and helped by yanking it back into the wall, and we both bolted out of there. In the halls, the lights were out as well. No source of illumination anywhere, except the faint moonlight protruding the ocean's horizon. Like the suite, the halls were made entirely of glass, like a giant walking tube to behold the ocean life exterior.
"Which way is it?"
I anxiously asked. "Here," Jackson said, pointing down to the left corridor. He and I made our way down to the halls, but slowly this time. Something outside caught our eye. Indescribable. Countless dark silhouettes of fish. Hundreds of them. The ones that had been gone earlier were now all here for us to see beyond the glass. However, something was wrong. The way in which they swarmed didn't align in a fluid horizontal motion. Some of their bodies were positioned diagonally, vertically, and in a strange sense seemed to be floating rather than swimming. Then the realization hit me. They weren't swimming at all. They were dead. Lifeless, drifting in the water down to us.
"Jesus,"
Jackson gasped.
"Let's just keep moving,"
I said, trying to be brave. Then, to our left, the creature emerged from below, its massive tentacles and fins rising into view, its bright yellow eyes glaring into us. The hall began to shake as the earth-shattering rumble sounded throughout the structure. Without hesitation, the two of us raced down the hall to reach the next corridor that would eventually get us to the lobby. We just needed to make it, where that thing could no longer see us. All throughout the long glass tube, it followed from the outside, but not like a predator chasing its prey, but in an unsettling, forbearing nature, as if it knows its place in the animal kingdom hierarchy. We were no longer challenged for it. It wanted to taunt us. It knew. We'd managed to run down to the lobby, and thankfully, one of the clerks was still there at the counter, likely the one I'd spoken to earlier on the phone. The woman saw us in a state of panic and immediately stood up to ask what was the matter. We told her of the creature that was terrorizing us, to which she was understandably struck by. We even told her about the fish we'd seen that were now regurgitated from the monster. It was hard to say if she bought our story or not, but based on her facial expressions, she innately knew we were dead serious. The two of us refused to spend another night in that room. We asked if there were any other rooms available that didn't involve any windows of any sort, or better yet, any that were at the surface. But truly, Jackson and I both wanted to get the hell out of this place. A couple of hotel staff offered to take our belongings out of the room and personally hand them over to us in the main lobby, as the clerk informed us that there was a vacancy in the only other room available at the top above the water, on top of the fact that neither one of us agreed to enter that hellish fishbowl again. In our new, more relaxing suite on the surface of the land, it had taken a while for either one of us to fall back asleep. Jackson, in the shock of it all, and for good reason, had taken it harder than me. I lied there with him in bed, and stayed until he felt comfortable to drift off. At some point in the night, I'd gotten up to peer out the window, which gave a view of the ocean's horizon under the moon. Any other day, I'd find the sight to be an ethereal beauty, not one to literally die for. What was supposed to have been a beautiful day for the two of us, at the expense of Jackson going out of his way to try and make me happy, was now ruined by the untethered force of nature that resides beneath. I began to quietly sob, as not to wake Jackson from his slumber, my vision becoming blurred from the muddiness of tears. But as I looked down again at the ocean below, I could sense that somewhere in my line of sight, it waited, and with a startling revelation that haunted me from when we first looked the creature in its eye, there was an undeniable fact that it knew. It knew.